Hello friends, about the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed. And I would be really happy if you do so. Also don't forget to hit the like button and leave your comments. Your interaction makes the content reach everyone and contributes to the growth of the channel. Thank you. I never thought I'd end up in a place like this. A secluded cabin, miles from civilization, nestled deep within the Appalachian Mountains. The silence here is deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant caw of a crow. It's the kind of quiet that seeps into your bones, a constant reminder of your isolation. But that's exactly what I wanted, isn't it? Isolation. A chance to escape the noise, the chaos, the crushing weight of, well, everything. My therapist called it a forgiveness retreat. A chance to reconnect with myself, to confront my demons, to find some semblance of peace. The drive here was a blur. Winding mountain roads, dense forests pressing in on either side, the occasional glimpse of a ramshackle house with boarded-up windows. It felt like stepping back in time, into a world forgotten by the modern age. The cabin itself is rustic, to put it mildly. The wood is weathered and gray, the windows dusty and cobwebbed. There's a faint smell of mildew and damp earth that clings to everything. It's not exactly the five-star retreat I was envisioning, but it'll do. I spent the afternoon unpacking, exploring the immediate surroundings. There's a small creek nearby, its water crystal clear and icy cold. The trees tower overhead, their branches forming a dense canopy that blocks out most of the sunlight. It's beautiful, in a haunting kind of way. As dusk settled, a chill crept into the air. I built a fire in the old stone fireplace, the flames casting flickering shadows on the walls. The silence seemed to deepen, the isolation more profound. I was just starting to drift off to sleep when I heard it. A scratching sound, coming from just outside the cabin. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was definitely there. I sat up, straining my ears, my heart pounding in my chest. The scratching continued, persistent, insistent. It sounded like something was trying to claw its way in. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a raccoon or a squirrel. But a knot of fear tightened in my stomach. I got out of bed, cautiously approaching the window. The moon was hidden behind a thick layer of clouds, casting the world in an inky blackness. I couldn't see anything. Then, I heard it again. A low growl, deep and guttural, emanating from the darkness just beyond the tree line. It sent a shiver down my spine. Whatever was out there, it wasn't a raccoon. Sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains woke me up. For a moment, I forgot where I was. Then the events of the previous night came flooding back, the scratching, the growling, the sheer terror I felt. I lay there, heart still pounding, trying to convince myself it was just a bad dream. But it wasn't a dream, was it? I reluctantly dragged myself out of bed. The cabin was freezing, the fire and the hearth long burned out. I shivered, pulling on an extra layer of clothes. Despite the lingering fear, I knew I couldn't just stay huddled under the covers all day. I had a schedule to keep, a whole forgiveness retreat thing to get through. First up, meditation. I found a relatively clear patch of floor, sat cross-legged, and tried to focus on my breathing. Easier said than done when every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of anxiety through me. My mind kept replaying the growls from the night before. Was it a bear? A mountain lion? Something else? After a half-assed attempt at meditation, I decided to try a walk. The trail behind the cabin was narrow and overgrown, the trees forming a dark, almost menacing tunnel. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, leaving the path shrouded in an eerie gloom. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. And then I saw it. A small clearing, just off the main trail. In the center, a circle of stones, arranged with almost deliberate precision. In the middle of the circle, something that made my blood run cold. A dead rabbit, its fur matted with blood, its eyes wide and staring. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This wasn't just some random act of nature. This was deliberate. This was a message. But from whom? And what did it mean? I hurried back to the cabin, my heart pounding in my chest. The feeling of being watched intensified, like unseen eyes were following my every move. I locked the door, barricaded it with a chair, and huddled in the corner, fear gnawing at my insides. Whatever was out there, it knew I was here. The next few days were a blur of fear and paranoia. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every creak of the cabin a whispered warning. Sleep was impossible. I'd lie awake, listening to the sounds of the forest, my mind conjuring up images of unseen creatures lurking just beyond the tree line. The forgiveness retreat went out the window. Forget meditation and journaling, I was in full-on survival mode. I spent my days checking the locks, reinforcing the windows, and trying to find ways to make the cabin more secure. It was a futile effort, I knew, but it gave me something to do, a way to channel my anxiety. One afternoon, I ventured out to the creek to refill my water bottles. As I knelt by the water's edge, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints in the mud, unlike anything I'd seen before. They were large, almost impossibly so, with long, almost claw-like toes. My blood ran cold. These weren't bear tracks. They weren't mountain lion tracks. They were something else entirely. Back in the cabin, I frantically searched for any information about the area. There had to be some explanation for what I was seeing, some rational explanation. Finally, I stumbled upon an old, dusty book tucked away on a shelf. It was a collection of local folklore and legends. And that's where I found it. Skinwalkers. According to the book, skinwalkers were malevolent creatures, shapeshifters who could take on the form of any animal they chose. They were said to inhabit these very mountains, preying on unsuspecting travelers. The book described them as cunning, ruthless, and incredibly dangerous. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding in my chest. Could it be true? Could these legends be real? The footprints, the dead rabbit, the feeling of being watched, it all suddenly made terrifying sense. I was no longer alone in these woods. I was being hunted. The storm hit without warning. One minute the sky was clear, the next it was a swirling mass of dark clouds. The wind howled like a banshee, tearing through the trees, sending branches crashing to the ground. Rain lashed against the cabin, a relentless assault that threatened to tear the roof off. I huddled inside, fear gripping my heart. The power went out almost immediately, plunging the cabin into darkness. I fumbled for a flashlight, my hand shaking. The storm raged outside, a symphony of chaos and destruction. The wind seemed to claw at the walls, trying to force its way in. The old cabin creaked and groaned under the onslaught, threatening to collapse at any moment. I felt utterly alone, cut off from the world, at the mercy of the elements. And something else. As the storm intensified, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was more than just paranoia now. It was a primal instinct, a deep-seated sense of dread that something was out there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for its chance to strike. Then, through the driving rain, I saw it. A figure, standing at the edge of the woods, its silhouette barely visible against the storm clouds. It was tall and imposing, its form shifting and distorted in the flickering lightning. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Was it human? Or was it the skinwalker, drawn by the storm, sensing my vulnerability? The figure remained motionless, its eyes fixed on the cabin. I could feel its gaze burning into me, a predatory stare that sent shivers down my spine. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the cabin. A tree, uprooted by the wind, had fallen against the side of the building, shattering one of the windows. Rain and debris poured into the room. I screamed, scrambling back from the shattered window, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure outside was gone. But I knew it was still out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting. I woke to the sound of birdsong. It took me a moment to realize where I was, to remember the storm, the shattered window, the figure in the darkness. I ached all over, my body a mass of bruises and cuts. My head throbbed, and I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me when I tried to sit up. The cabin was a mess. Rain had poured in through the broken window, soaking the floor and ruining most of my belongings. The wind had died down, but the sky was still overcast, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and pine needles. I cautiously made my way to the window, peering out at the surrounding woods. Everything was still and silent. The storm had passed, leaving behind a trail of destruction. But there was no sign of the figure, no indication of what had happened during the night. Had I imagined it all? Was it just a hallucination, brought on by fear and isolation? I wasn't sure anymore. My mind felt foggy, my memories fragmented and distorted. I spent the next few hours cleaning up the mess, patching up the window as best I could, and tending to my wounds. The physical pain was a welcome distraction from the turmoil in my mind. But as I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes were following my every move. I decided to search the cabin, hoping to find something, anything, that would explain what was happening. I rifled through drawers, checked under the beds, even tore apart the old mattress. It was a desperate, futile search, but I needed answers. And then, tucked away in a dusty corner of the attic, I found it. A small, wooden box, its lid carved with strange symbols. I hesitated, my heart pounding in my chest. What was inside? Was it a clue, a warning, or something far more sinister? With trembling hands, I opened the box. Inside the box, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a single object, a bone. Not just any bone, though. This one was long and slender, almost delicate, with intricate carvings etched into its surface. The carvings were unlike anything I'd ever seen, a series of swirling patterns and strange symbols that seemed to writhe and shift as I looked at them. A wave of nausea washed over me. I recognized the symbols from the book about skinwalkers. These were the markings of a curse, a ritual used to summon or control these creatures. But why was it here? Who had left it? And what did it mean? I slammed the box shut, my heart pounding in my chest. This was more than just a creepy artifact. This was evidence, proof that the legends were true, that the skinwalker was real. And it was here, somewhere in these woods, watching me, waiting for its chance to strike. I had to get out of there. I couldn't stay in that cabin a moment longer. But the storm had made the roads impassable, and I was miles from civilization. There was no escape. I barricaded the door, piled furniture against the windows, and huddled in the corner, clutching the flashlight like a lifeline. The silence in the cabin was deafening, broken only by the pounding of my own heart. Then I heard it. A soft scratching sound coming from outside. It was the same sound I heard on my first night, the sound that had started this whole nightmare. I held my breath, straining my ears. The scratching continued, growing louder, more insistent. It was coming from the roof, directly above my head. Something was up there. Something was trying to get in. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting around the room, searching for a weapon, anything to defend myself with. But there was nothing. I was trapped, helpless, at the mercy of whatever was lurking above me. The scratching intensified, turning into a scraping, tearing sound. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. I could feel the vibrations through the floorboards, the creature's weight pressing down on the roof. Then, with a deafening crash, the ceiling gave way. The creature crashed through the ceiling, sending splinters of wood and plaster raining down around me. I screamed, scrambling back, my heart pounding in my chest. The flashlight slipped from my grasp, plunging the room into darkness. I could hear the creature moving above me, its heavy footsteps thudding on the loft floor. It snarled and growled, its breath coming in ragged gasps. I cowered in the corner, my eyes desperately searching the darkness, trying to make out its shape. Then, a flash of lightning illuminated the room. I saw it. It was unlike anything I could have imagined. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but its limbs were elongated and twisted, its skin a patchwork of fur and scales. Its face was a grotesque mask of animal features, with glowing red eyes and a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. It lunged at me, its claws outstretched. I screamed again, throwing my arms up to protect myself. The creature's claws raked across my arms, tearing through my flesh. I cried out in pain, falling back against the wall. The creature snarled, its hot breath on my face. I could smell the stench of decay and blood. It was close, too close. I closed my eyes, bracing for the final blow. But it never came. I opened my eyes, cautiously peering through the darkness. The creature was gone. I could hear it moving around outside, its heavy footsteps circling the cabin. I was trapped, injured, and terrified. But I was still alive. I knew I couldn't stay there. I had to find a way out, a way to escape the creature's clutches. But how? Then I remembered the creek. It was my only chance. I stumbled to my feet, my body screaming in protest. I grabbed a heavy piece of firewood from the hearth, my only weapon. Then I crept towards the back door, praying that the creature wouldn't hear me. The door creaked open, and I slipped out into the darkness. The rain had stopped, but the wind was still strong, whipping through the trees. I could hear the creature moving around outside, its growls echoing through the night. I ran. I stumbled through the darkness, my bare feet slipping on the wet leaves and mud. The creek was my only guide, its gurgling water a beacon in the night. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to keep moving, had to put as much distance between myself and that creature as possible. The woods were alive with sounds, the rustling of leaves, the hooting of owls, the distant howling of coyotes. Every sound sent a jolt of fear through me, every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat. I kept expecting to hear the creature's footsteps behind me, to feel its hot breath on my neck. Then I saw them. Lights. Flashlights, bobbing and weaving through the trees. People. Relief washed over me. I wasn't alone. There was help. I stumbled towards the lights, calling out, my voice hoarse and ragged. Help. Please, help me. The lights stopped moving. I could hear voices, muffled by the trees. Who's there? A man's voice called out. It's me. I need help. I cried back. The lights started moving again, coming closer. I emerged from the trees, my clothes torn and bloodied, my body shaking with fear and exhaustion. There were 3 of them, 2 men and a woman, all young, all dressed in hiking gear. They stared at me, their faces a mixture of confusion and concern. What happened to you? One of the men asked. There's something out there, I gasped, pointing back towards the cabin. Something terrible. They exchanged uneasy glances. What are you talking about? The woman asked. It's a skinwalker, I said, my voice trembling. It attacked me. It killed. I trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. The memory of the creature crashing through the ceiling, the feel of its claws tearing through my flesh, was too much. The hikers looked at each other again, their expressions shifting from concern to skepticism. A skinwalker, one of the men chuckled. Come on, lady, you're scaring us. I'm not lying. I pleaded. It's real. You have to believe me. But they didn't believe me. They thought I was crazy, delirious from my injuries and the trauma of the storm. They tried to calm me down, to reassure me that there was nothing out there. But I knew better. I knew what I had seen. And I knew that they were in danger. The hikers' laughter died in their throats as the first scream pierced the night. It was a sound of pure terror, raw and guttural, echoing through the trees. Then another scream, and another, each one more desperate than the last. Panic seized the group. The hikers scrambled to their feet, their faces pale with fear. They fumbled with their flashlights, their beams dancing frantically in the darkness. "What was that?" the woman whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," one of the men replied, his eyes wide with fear. "But it sounded bad." I knew what it was. It was the Skinwalker. It had found them. "We have to get out of here," I said, my voice urgent. "Now!" But it was too late. A figure emerged from the trees, its silhouette barely visible in the darkness. It was tall and imposing, its form moving with an unnatural grace. The hikers gasped, their flashlights trained on the creature. It lunged at them, its claws outstretched. The hikers screamed, scattering in different directions. The creature was too fast, too strong. It caught one of the men, its claws tearing into his flesh. He screamed again, his voice cut short as the creature dragged him into the darkness. The remaining hikers were in full panic now, running blindly through the woods. I followed them, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I couldn't outrun the creature, but I had to try. We ran for what seemed like an eternity, the sounds of the creature's pursuit echoing behind us. The woman stumbled and fell, her ankle twisting beneath her. She cried out in pain, unable to get up. "Leave me," she sobbed. "Just go." But I couldn't leave her. I wouldn't. I helped her to her feet, my arm around her waist. We limped through the woods, our progress slow and painful. The creature was closing in, its growls getting louder. Then I saw it. A cliff, its edge shrouded in darkness. We were trapped. The creature's growls echoed through the night, getting closer. I could hear its heavy footsteps pounding the earth, feel its hot breath on my neck. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact. But it never came. I opened my eyes, cautiously peering through the darkness. The creature was gone. Vanished. I looked around, my heart pounding in my chest. Where had it gone? What was happening? Then I saw it. A figure, standing at the edge of the cliff. It was tall and imposing, its form silhouetted against the moonlit sky. It was the Skinwalker. But it wasn't looking at me. It was looking at something else. Something beyond the cliff. I followed its gaze, my eyes widening in horror. There, in the valley below, was a small town. Lights twinkled in the windows, casting a warm glow against the darkness. People were going about their lives, unaware of the danger lurking above them. The Skinwalker took a step towards the edge of the cliff, its eyes fixed on the town below. It was going to jump. I knew what I had to do. I lunged at the creature, tackling it to the ground. We rolled and tumbled, a tangle of limbs and claws. I fought with all my strength, fueled by adrenaline and fear. The Skinwalker snarled, its claws raking across my flesh. I cried out in pain, but I didn't let go. I had to stop it. I managed to get my hands around its neck, squeezing with all my might. The creature thrashed and struggled, its claws tearing at my arms. But I held on, my grip tightening. Finally, the creature went limp. Its body slumped against mine, its breath rattling in its throat. I let go, collapsing beside it, my body shaking with exhaustion. I had done it. I had stopped the skinwalker. But at what cost? I looked down at my hands, my skin torn and bloodied. I looked at the creature's lifeless body, its eyes staring blankly at the sky. I had become a monster to defeat a monster. I stumbled to my feet, my legs trembling beneath me. I looked down at the town below, its lights twinkling peacefully in the darkness. I had saved them, but I could never go back. I turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. I should have known better than to come up here. But Emily had been begging me for weeks, and I'm a sucker for those big puppy dog eyes. Please, Aunt Sarah, please. Just 1 week in the cabin? It'll be like old times, she pleaded, and how could I say no? So, here I am, driving my beat-up Honda Civic further and further up this winding mountain road, the sun already dipping below the tree line. The woods are closing in on either side, thick and dark and, well, creepy. Even the GPS is starting to lose signal. Emily, of course, is oblivious. She's got her headphones on, bopping her head to some music I pretend to recognize. Every now and then, she'll let out a little squeal of excitement. I can't believe we're actually here. Remember that summer we caught fireflies by the creek? I force a smile. Yeah, I remember. Truth is, I don't have the fondest memories of this place. It's always felt off, isolated, like something's watching you from the shadows. Finally, we pull up to the cabin. It's smaller than I remember, but wood-weathered and gray. A porch swing creaks mournfully in the breeze, and the windows are dark and empty. Whoa, Emily says, her enthusiasm dimming slightly. It's kinda spooky. Just needs a little TLC, I say, trying to sound more confident than I feel. Come on, let's get the bags inside. As we unload the car, the sun disappears completely, and the woods are plunged into an eerie twilight. The only sound is the wind rustling through the trees, and it sounds an awful lot like whispering voices. Aunt Sarah? Emily says, her voice small. Did you hear that? Hear what, honey? That whispering. It's like someone's talking. I strain my ears, but I don't hear anything out of the ordinary. It's just the wind, Em. Don't worry. She doesn't look convinced. Maybe, she says, hugging her arms around herself. But I think I saw something move back there, too. In the trees. I glance over at the dense woods, a shiver running down my spine. It was probably just a deer, Em. Come on, let's go inside. But as I turn away, I catch a glimpse of something myself. A flicker of movement in the shadows. A tall, slender shape that vanishes as quickly as it appeared. I tell myself it's nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. But as I follow Emily into the cabin, I can't shake the feeling that we're not alone. The first night in the cabin was rough. Neither of us got much sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside the window, sent shivers down my spine. Emily kept waking up from nightmares, her eyes white with terror. I tried to soothe her, told her it was just bad dreams, but I wasn't even convincing myself. Morning brought a fragile sense of relief. Sunlight streamed through the dusty windows, and the woods seemed less menacing in the daylight. We made pancakes on the old propane stove after a few failed attempts to get it lit, and I tried to make the best of the situation. "See, Em," I said, forcing cheerfulness into my voice. "It's not so bad. We can go for a hike later, explore the creek." But Emily just picked at her food, her gaze darting nervously towards the windows. "I don't know, Aunt Sarah. I still feel weird, like someone's watching us." I dismissed her concerns, but the truth was, I felt it too. A prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like ice boring into me. And it wasn't just a feeling. Things started happening. Little things at first. A cup falling off the shelf for no reason. The front door creaking open when we both knew we'd locked it. Then there was the radio. We found an old battery-powered one in the kitchen, and I managed to get it working. But every time we tried to tune into a station, all we got was static and whispers. Faint, unintelligible whispers that seemed to come from right behind us. Emily was getting more and more freaked out. She refused to go anywhere alone, not even to the bathroom. She clung to me like a shadow, her eyes white with fear. "Aunt Sarah," she whispered one afternoon as we were playing cards at the rickety kitchen table. I saw it again. The figure. It was outside the window, just watching me. I rushed to the window, but there was nothing there. Just the trees, swaying in the breeze. "Em, you're imagining things," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's just the stress, the isolation." But even as I said the words, I knew they weren't true. Something was wrong here. Something very wrong. And I was starting to think that Emily wasn't imagining things after all. I thought things couldn't get any weirder, but I was wrong. Dead wrong. Emily's fear was becoming a living thing, a constant presence in the cabin. She barely ate, barely slept. Her eyes were always darting around, searching the shadows, and every little noise made her jump. "It's getting closer, Aunt Sarah," she'd whisper, her voice trembling. "I can feel it. It's always there, just outside, watching us." And I was starting to see it too. Not clearly, just glimpses. A tall, gaunt figure lurking at the edge of the woods, always just out of sight. A flash of pale skin, long, bony fingers, eyes that seemed to burn with an unnatural light. But it wasn't just the sightings. The cabin itself felt charged with a malevolent energy. The temperature would drop suddenly, leaving us shivering in the middle of the day. I'd feel a cold breath on my neck, even when Emily was nowhere near me. And at night, it felt like someone was standing over my bed, watching me sleep. I tried to rationalize it all. Sleep deprivation, stress, maybe some kind of mold in the cabin making us hallucinate. But deep down, I knew it was something more. Something sinister. One evening, as we huddled by the fireplace, trying to stay warm, Emily grabbed my arm, her fingernails digging into my skin. "Aunt Sarah," she gasped, pointing towards the window. "Look." I followed her gaze, and my blood ran cold. There, pressed against the glass, was the figure. Clearer than I'd ever seen it before. Its face was pale and gaunt, its eyes burning with an intense, hungry gaze. It raised a long, skeletal finger and pointed at Emily. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. I tried to calm Emily, told her it was just a trick of the light, but my voice shook. I couldn't deny it anymore. We were being haunted. Something evil had its sights set on us, and I had no idea how to stop it. After that night, the fear became a constant companion. We barely spoke, barely moved. We just huddled together in the living room, the fireplace our only source of comfort in the growing darkness. I knew we couldn't stay there, but where could we go? The nearest town was miles away, and the roads were treacherous at night. Besides, leaving felt like admitting defeat. Like we were giving in to whatever was tormenting us. I needed answers. I needed to understand what we were dealing with. So, I did what any sane person would do in this situation. I Googled it. Haunted cabin Appalachian Mountains. The search results were a mixed bag of ghost stories, local legends, and tourist traps. But one thing kept popping up: stories about disappearances. Hikers vanishing without a trace, campers found dead in their tents, no signs of foul play. My heart pounded in my chest. Was that what we were facing? Something that would not only scare us, but take us. I dug deeper, scouring old newspaper archives and local forums. And that's when I stumbled upon a name, Jedidiah Crane. According to local lore, he was a recluse who lived in these woods back in the 1800s. Some said he was a hermit, others a madman. There were whispers of strange rituals, of dark magic, of a man driven to the brink by grief and isolation. One article, yellowed and brittle with age, described Crane's disappearance. He vanished one night, never to be seen again. Some said he'd wandered into the woods and died of exposure. Others whispered that the woods themselves had swallowed him whole. As I read those stories, a chilling thought took root in my mind. What if Jedidiah Crane wasn't the victim? What if he was the cause? What if whatever was haunting us was connected to him, to his darkness? I closed the laptop, my hands shaking. I didn't have any answers, only more questions. And a growing sense of dread that we were caught in something far older and more sinister than we could have imagined. The discovery of Jedidiah Crane's story sent a chill down my spine. It was like all the pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit together, but the picture they formed was terrifying. Was this just a haunting, or were we dealing with something more? Something that could drive people mad? The line between reality and hallucination started to blur. I catch glimpses of the figure everywhere, in the reflection of the windows, in the dancing flames of the fireplace, even in the swirling steam from my morning coffee. And it wasn't just me. Emily was seeing it too, more vividly than ever. "He talks to me, Aunt Sarah," she confessed one day, her voice barely a whisper. He says he wants to take us with him." My blood ran cold. I tried to tell myself she was just having nightmares, but her words echoed my own growing fears. The figure was no longer just a fleeting shadow. It was a constant presence, a malevolent entity that was slowly consuming us both. Emily's behavior became more and more erratic. She would talk to herself for hours, her voice taking on a strange, sing-song quality. She started drawing pictures, disturbing images of twisted trees, shadowy figures, and eyes that seemed to follow you around the room. One night, I woke to find her sleepwalking. She was heading towards the front door, her eyes wide open but unseeing. I grabbed her arm, and she turned to me, her face contorted in a terrifying expression. "He's calling me, Aunt Sarah," she said, her voice raspy and unfamiliar. "I have to go to him." I pulled her back to bed, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what to do. Was she losing her mind? Was I losing mine? The isolation, the fear, the constant presence of the figure, it was all taking its toll. I knew we couldn't stay in that cabin any longer. We had to get out, escape the clutches of whatever was holding us captive. But how? The figure was always watching, always lurking. We were trapped, both physically and mentally, in a descent into madness. The breaking point came a few nights later. A storm raged outside, the wind howling like a banshee, the rain lashing against the windows. Emily was restless, tossing and turning in her sleep, mumbling incoherently. I lay awake, listening to the storm and the creaking of the old house, my fear a knot in my stomach. Suddenly, a loud crash from downstairs jolted me upright. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table, my hand trembling. "Emily?" I whispered, my voice barely audible above the storm. No answer. I crept out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, and shadows danced on the walls as the lightning flashed outside. I made my way to the top of the stairs, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. That's when I saw him. The figure. Standing in the living room, bathed in the eerie glow of the lightning. He was taller than I remembered, his limbs impossibly long and thin, his face a mask of shadows. But his eyes burned with a malevolent light, fixated on the hallway, on me. A wave of terror washed over me. I stumbled back, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle a scream. He was inside. He was actually inside the cabin. I spun around and raced back to Emily's room. She was sitting up in bed, her eyes wide with fear. "He's here, Aunt Sarah," she whispered, her voice trembling. "He's come for us." I didn't waste any time. I grabbed her hand, pulled her out of bed, and dragged her towards the back door. We had to get out, now. The wind and rain lashed at us as we burst out of the cabin. I could hear him behind us, his footsteps heavy and deliberate. We stumbled through the woods, branches whipping at our faces, the ground slippery beneath our feet. We had to find somewhere to hide. Somewhere safe. And then I saw it. A gaping hole in the ground, hidden amongst the trees. An old mine shaft, its entrance shrouded in darkness. In here, I yelled, pulling Emily towards the opening. We scrambled down the rough-hewn steps, the darkness closing in around us. I could hear him above, his enraged cries echoing through the woods. He was close. Too close. The mine shaft was like a tomb. Damp, cold, and utterly silent. We huddled together on the muddy floor, our breaths forming small clouds in the frigid air. I could hear Emily's teeth chattering, and I wrapped my arms around her, trying to offer some warmth and comfort. But the fear was still there, a heavy weight on my chest. We'd escaped the cabin, but we were far from safe. We were trapped in the belly of the mountain, with no way out, and no idea what lurked in the darkness around us. I strained my ears, listening for any sound of pursuit. But there was nothing. Just a drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the shaft. Had he given up? Or was he waiting for us, patiently, at the entrance? I shone the flashlight around, trying to get a sense of our surroundings. The shaft seemed to descend endlessly into the darkness. The walls were rough and uneven, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet. It made my stomach churn. "Aunt Sarah?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling. "What was that smell?" "I don't know, honey," I lied, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Just old mine stuff." But I knew it was more than that. It was the smell of decay, of something ancient and malevolent. It was the smell of death. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. A scraping sound, like something dragging itself across the rocks. It came from the depths of the shaft, from the darkness below us. Emily gripped my arm, her fingernails digging into my skin. "What was that?" she whispered, her eyes wide with terror. I didn't answer. I didn't know. But I knew one thing, we weren't alone in that mine. Something else was down there with us. Something that had been waiting for us, in the darkness, for a very long time. The scraping sound grew louder, closer. I tightened my grip on Emily, my body shielding hers. The flashlight beam danced across the rough walls of the shaft, revealing nothing but darkness and shadows. Then, a voice. A whisper, tarried on the damp air. It wasn't the figure's voice, the one that had taunted us in the cabin. This was different. Weaker, almost mournful. And it wasn't just one voice. There were others, a chorus of whispers, swirling around us like the dust motes in the flashlight beam. They spoke of pain, of loss, of a darkness that consumed all light. They spoke of a man driven to madness, a man who had become one with the shadows, a man who sought to drag others into his despair. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They seemed to seep into my mind, filling me with a sense of despair and hopelessness. I felt my grip on reality loosening, the edges of my sanity fraying. And then I understood. This mine wasn't just a hiding place. It was a conduit. A place where the veil between worlds was thin, where the echoes of the past lingered, where the darkness that had consumed Jedidiah Crane still held sway. The whispers told his story. A story of a man who had lost everything, his family, his home, his sanity. A man who had sought solace in the isolation of the mountains, only to find a deeper, more profound loneliness. A man who had made a pact with the darkness, a pact that had twisted his soul and left him trapped between worlds. Now, he sought to drag others into his torment, to share his eternal suffering. He wanted Emily. He wanted me. He wanted us to become part of the darkness, part of the whispers, part of the mine. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the voices, the images, the despair. But it was no use. They were inside me now, a part of me. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we would never escape this place. We were doomed to become part of the echoes, part of the darkness, part of Jedidiah Crane's eternal torment. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a vortex of despair. I felt myself slipping, the darkness seeping into my soul. But amidst the chaos, one thought remained clear. I had to protect Emily. She was innocent, caught in this nightmare because of me. I couldn't let her become another victim of Jedidiah Crane's madness. A desperate plan formed in my mind. It was a long shot, a gamble, but it was the only chance I could see. I had to draw the figure's attention, lure him away from Emily, give her a chance to escape. Emily, I whispered, my voice hoarse. Listen to me. I need you to be brave. She looked at me, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. I'm going to climb back up, I said, forcing the words out. I'm going to make some noise, draw him away. When I do, you run. Run as fast as you can, and don't look back. No, she cried, clutching my arm. You can't leave me here alone. I have to, Em, I said, my voice breaking. It's the only way. Please, you have to trust me. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. But I could see the understanding in her eyes. She knew, as I did, that there was no other way. I kissed her forehead, a silent promise to protect her, no matter the cost. Then, I turned and began to climb the rough-hewn steps, my flashlight beam cutting a path through the oppressive darkness. The whispers followed me, taunting, pleading, threatening. But I ignored them, my focus fixed on the task at hand. I had to reach the top. I had to draw the figure's attention. I had to give Emily a chance. As I neared the entrance, I could hear the figure moving above. His raspy breathing echoed through the shaft, a chilling reminder of the danger that awaited me. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the confrontation. Then, I emerged from the mine shaft, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness of the woods. Here I am. I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. Come and get me. The figure lunged from the shadows, his eyes burning with rage. I braced myself for the impact, a silent prayer escaping my lips. The darkness swallowed Aunt Sarah whole. One moment she was there, a beacon of defiance in the face of the unknown, and the next she was gone. just like that. Snatched away by the shadows, leaving me alone in the suffocating blackness of the mine shaft. I couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe. My lungs were frozen, my heart a leaden weight in my chest. The whispers swirled around me, no longer just voices, but a physical presence, pressing against me, suffocating me. Then, through the haze of terror, I heard it. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps retreating from the mine shaft, fading into the distance. He was gone. He'd taken Aunt Sarah, but he'd left me behind. Why? The question echoed in the silence, a chilling counterpoint to the whispers that now filled my ears. They were different now, angrier, hungrier. They spoke of a new game, a new victim. I was alone, trapped in the darkness, with only the echoes of the past and the whispers of the damned for company. Aunt Sarah's sacrifice had bought me time, but for what? What was my fate? Would I starve down here, lost and forgotten? Or would the darkness consume me, as it had consumed Jedidiah Crane and countless others before me? I curled into a ball, my arms wrapped around my knees, my face buried in my hands. The whispers grew louder, closer, seeping into my mind, poisoning my thoughts. I could feel myself slipping, the edges of my sanity fraying. A vision flashed before my eyes, myself, years from now, a gaunt, hollow-eyed figure, wandering the woods, whispering to the trees, another lost soul claimed by the darkness. No! I wouldn't let that happen. I wouldn't let Aunt Sarah's sacrifice be in vain. I would fight. I would find a way out. I would survive. But even as I made those promises, a cold dread settled over me. The whispers were growing louder, more insistent. And they were no longer speaking of escape. They were speaking of acceptance, of surrender, of becoming one with the darkness. And in the depths of my despair, a terrifying thought took root. Maybe that wasn't so bad after all. Maybe the darkness wasn't something to be feared, but something to be embraced. Maybe it was the only escape from the pain, the fear, the loneliness. Maybe it was time to let go. The first time I remember noticing it, I was maybe 6 or 7. We were living in this old cabin, I mean really old, like built in the 1800s old, way up in the Appalachian Mountains. No neighbors for miles, just trees and the occasional deer trail winding through the woods. It was the kind of quiet you could almost feel pressing down on you. Anyway, it was getting dark, and Dad was lighting the kerosene lamps. Yeah, no electricity, which was kinda cool in a spooky way. Mom was humming to herself, setting the table for dinner. Normal stuff, right? Then Dad just stopped. Like, mid-sentence. He froze, this weird look on his face, and blew up the match he was using. "Quiet hour," he said, his voice low and serious. Mom stopped humming and looked at me, her smile gone. "Not a peep," she whispered, putting a finger to her lips. I didn't get it. "But I'm hungry," I whined, probably kicking my feet under the table like the little kid I was. Dad's face got all tight. "No talking," he said, his voice even lower. not until the sun comes up. I thought it was a game at first, like hide and seek, but with sounds instead of sight. But it wasn't a game. Every night, the same thing. As soon as the sun went down, it was like someone hit the mute button on our whole cabin. No talking, no radio. We had a battery-powered one, not even humming. Just the wind and the creaking of the old house. It was creepy, even back then. Like the woods were listening, waiting for us to make a sound. And the way Mom and Dad acted, it was like they were scared of something. But they never said what. The quiet hour became a fact of life, like brushing my teeth or eating my vegetables. I got used to it, mostly. But as I got older, the curiosity started to gnaw at me. Why? Why all this secrecy? Why the hushed tones and anxious glances towards the windows every time a twig snapped outside? One night, I decided to push it. Dad was about to blow out the lamp, and I blurted out, "But why, Dad? Why can't we talk?" He hesitated, the lamplight flickering on his face. I thought for a second he might actually tell me. But then he just sighed and said, "It's for your own good, son. Now go to sleep." That wasn't good enough anymore. I was maybe 10 by then, old enough to know that grown-ups sometimes hide things, not because it's for your own good, but because they don't want to deal with the questions. Mom, as usual, was already pretending to be asleep, but I could see her tense up when I asked Dad. It was like they had this whole secret world, a world where talking after dark was some kind of terrible sin. That night, I lay awake long after Dad blew out the lamp. The owls creaked and groaned around me, and the wind howled like a lost dog. Every rustle of leaves outside the windows sounded like footsteps, every owl hoot like a scream. I started having nightmares. I'd dream of shadowy figures lurking just beyond the firelight, of eyes glinting in the darkness. Sometimes I'd wake up with a jolt, heart pounding, convinced I'd heard someone whispering my name. The quiet hour wasn't just a rule anymore. It was a monster hiding under my bed, a constant weight of fear pressing down on me. And the worst part was, I didn't even know what I was afraid of. I was turning into a full-blown detective, obsessed with the quiet hour mystery. It wasn't just nightmares anymore, it was this constant, itching curiosity that wouldn't leave me alone. I started paying more attention to things, the way Mom would flinch if a branch scraped against the roof, the way Dad always kept the shotgun loaded by the door. Our cabin was pretty isolated, but we weren't completely cut off from the world. Once a month, Dad would drive into the nearest town, a tiny place called Harmony Creek, to get supplies. I'd tag along sometimes, and while he was busy at the general store, I'd sneak off to the library. The librarian, Mrs. Henderson, was a sweet old lady with a smile that crinkled her whole face. She always had a book recommendation ready, and she never minded me hanging out for hours, browsing the dusty shelves. One afternoon, I stumbled upon a local history section. There were these old, faded books with titles like Forgotten Tales of the Appalachians and Whispers from the Mountains. Intrigued, I pulled out a book called Unexplained Mysteries of Harmony Creek. My heart skipped a beat when I saw a chapter titled The Vanishing. It talked about a series of disappearances in the area, dating back decades. Hikers, hunters, even a whole family who lived in a cabin not far from ours, gone without a trace. The book described the missing people as vanished into thin air, leaving behind no clues, no bodies, just the chilling silence of the mountains. A shiver ran down my spine. Could this be connected to the quiet hour? Or my parents hiding something truly terrifying? That night, back in the suffocating silence of our cabin, I lay awake, the words from the book echoing in my mind. The wind seemed to whisper secrets through the trees, and every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger. I felt like I was teetering on the edge of a dark abyss, about to be swallowed whole. The disappearances. They were like a dark cloud hanging over me, a constant reminder that something was wrong, deeply wrong, in those woods. I started seeing things, or maybe I was just imagining them. Shadows moving at the edge of the tree-line, a pair of eyes glinting in the moonlight. Every creak of the old cabin sounded like footsteps on the porch, every owl hooted like a whispered threat. One night, I woke up to a sound I couldn't ignore. It was a scratching, scraping sound, like something was trying to claw its way through the wall. I sat bolt upright in bed, heart pounding. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate, right outside my window. I held my breath, straining to hear over the thumping of my own blood in my ears. Then, a low growl, a guttural sound that sent chills down my spine. Whatever was out there, it wasn't a squirrel or a raccoon. It was something bigger, something hungry. I crept out of bed, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor. I peeked through the curtains, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. The moon was hidden behind clouds, casting the woods in deep shadows. I couldn't see anything, but the growling continued, closer now, right outside my window. Terror gripped me. I wanted to scream, to run to my parents' room, but I was frozen in place. The scratching stopped, and for a moment, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then, a thud. Something heavy landed on the porch roof. I flinched back from the window, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, moved across the roof. I could hear the creature sniffing, its breath ragged and close. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying that it would go away. But the footsteps continued, circling the cabin, always just outside my window. I felt trapped, hunted, like a mouse cornered by a cat. Finally, as the first hint of dawn began to lighten the sky, the footsteps retreated. The creature, whatever it was, had gone. I collapsed onto my bed, trembling with fear and exhaustion. I had survived the night, but the terror lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. The next morning, I was a wreck. Dark circles under my eyes, hands shaking, jumpy as a cat. Mom took one look at me and said, "You look awful, honey." Bad dream? I almost laughed. Something like that, I mumbled, shoving a spoonful of oatmeal in my mouth. Dad, as usual, was silent, his eyes fixed on his plate. But I could feel him watching me, this intense, almost accusing look. It was like he knew what I'd seen, what I'd heard. Later that day, I cornered Mom while Dad was chopping what out back. "Mom," I said, my voice trembling, "what was that thing last night?" She froze, her hand hovering over the sink. "What thing, honey?" she said, her voice a little too high-pitched. "The thing on the roof," I insisted. "The scratching, the growling." She turned around, her face pale. "You were just imagining things," she said, forcing a smile. "It was probably just a raccoon." "Mom, raccoons don't growl like that," I said, my voice rising. "And they don't walk on roofs." She sighed, the forced smile fading. "Okay," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Your father and we need to tell you something." She sat me down at the kitchen table, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "It's about the quiet hour," she began, her voice shaking. "There's a reason, a real reason why we can't make any noise after dark." She took a deep breath. "There are things out there in the woods," she said, her eyes wide with fear. "Creatures. They're called crims." I stared at her, my mind reeling. Crims? What the hell were crims? "They're attracted to sound," she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "Any sound. Talking, music, even breathing too loud. That's why we have to be silent. If they hear us, they'll come." I didn't know what to say. It sounded insane, like something out of a horror movie. But the look on Mom's face, the sheer terror in her eyes, told me she wasn't making it up. "What do they look like?" I asked, my voice barely a croak. She hesitated, then said, They're like shadows. Dark, with long claws and sharp teeth. They can't see, but they can hear everything." A shiver ran down my spine. The scratching at my window, the growling, the footsteps on the roof, it all made sense now. The crims were real. And they were haunting us. Crims. The word echoed in my head, a dark and terrifying secret revealed. Part of me still clung to disbelief, to the hope that Mom was just messing with me, trying to scare me for some reason. But deep down, I knew she was telling the truth. The fear in her eyes, the way she looked over her shoulder even in broad daylight, it was all too real. The next few days were tense. We moved through the cabin like ghosts, whispering even during the day, as if the crims could hear us through the walls. Dad was constantly checking the windows, the doors, reinforcing the locks. Mom started sleeping with a knife under her pillow. I tried to go back to the library to find more information about the crims, but Dad wouldn't let me. "It's too dangerous," he said, his voice grim. "You can't risk being out there after dark." I was trapped, a prisoner in my own home, surrounded by an invisible threat. The woods, once a place of adventure and wonder, had become a source of terror. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every rustle of leaves a whispered threat. Then, one night, it happened. I was lying in bed, trying to sleep, but the fear was keeping me awake. The wind was howling outside, rattling the windows, and the old cabin creaked and groaned like a living thing. Suddenly, I heard a sound. A low, guttural growl, coming from the woods. It was the same sound I heard the night the creature was on the roof. The crims. I held my breath, listening intently. The growling grew louder, closer. Then, a crashing sound, like something large was moving through the underbrush. I crept out of bed and peeked through the curtains. The moon was full, casting an eerie glow on the woods. And then I saw it. A shadow, tall and gaunt, moving between the trees. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It moved with an unnatural grace, its long limbs almost silent as it glided through the undergrowth. I watched in horror as the creature emerged from the trees, its silhouette stark against the moonlit sky. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with long, spindly limbs and a hunched back. Its head was elongated, with a narrow snout and large, pointed ears. And its eyes were 2 glowing orbs, burning with a malevolent light. The Crim. It was real. And it was heading straight for our cabin. Panic seized me. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like lead. The Crim was getting closer, its eyes burning like embers in the darkness. I stumbled back from the window, my heart pounding in my chest. Mom. Dad. I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. They burst into my room, their faces etched with terror. What is it? Dad hissed, grabbing the shotgun from beside the door. The Crim. I gasped, pointing towards the window. It's here. They followed my gaze, their eyes widening in horror. The Crim was now just outside the cabin, its long claws scraping against the wooden walls. It let out a low growl, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the house. Dad raised the shotgun, his hand shaking. Get away from the window, he yelled. I scrambled back, my heart pounding in my ears. The Crim slammed its massive body against the cabin door, the wood splintering under the force of the impact. Mom screamed, covering her face with her hands. We have to get out of here, she cried. There's nowhere to go. Dad yelled back, firing the shotgun through the door. The blast echoed through the small cabin, the smell of gunpowder filling the air. The Crim roared in anger, its claws tearing through the door. We huddled together in the corner, our eyes wide with fear. Suddenly, the window shattered, glass spraying across the room. The Crim's long arms snaked through the opening, its claws reaching for us. I screamed, burying my face in my hands. Dad tackled the creature, wrestling with its arm. Mom grabbed a kitchen knife and lunged forward, stabbing at the Crim's hand. The creature roared in pain, its grip loosening. We fought with a desperate fury, fueled by pure adrenaline and fear. Dad managed to grab the Crim's arm and shove it back through the window. He slammed the shutters closed and bolted them shut. We collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. The Crim continued to rage outside, its claws scraping against the walls, its roars echoing through the night. But we were safe, for now. We had survived the attack. But we knew it wasn't over. The Crims were out there, and they wouldn't give up easily. The adrenaline faded, leaving us shaking and breathless. Dad was bleeding from a deep gash on his arm where the Crim had raked him with its claws. Mom was sobbing, clutching him tightly. I just sat there, numb with shock, staring at the shattered window and the splintered door. We had survived, but at a cost. The silence we had relied on for so long had been broken. The crimps knew we were here, and they wouldn't rest until they had us. Dad's wound was deep. We cleaned it as best we could, but it was clear he needed stitches. Mom wanted to risk the drive to Harmony Creek, but Dad shook his head. "It's too dangerous," he rasped, his voice weak. "We can't risk making any noise." We were trapped, with a wounded father and a growing sense of dread. The days that followed were a blur of fear and exhaustion. We took turns keeping watch, our ears straining for any sound from the woods. The silence was heavier than ever, suffocating us with its weight. Dad's condition worsened. The wound became infected, and he grew weaker by the day. He was delirious with fever, mumbling incoherently about shadows and claws. Mom tried to keep him comfortable, but there was little she could do. I watched helplessly as my father, the strong, silent man who had always protected us, slipped away. The fear that had haunted me for so long was now overshadowed by a deep sense of grief and despair. One night, as I sat by Dad's bedside, holding his hand, he opened his eyes. They were clouded with pain, but there was a flicker of recognition in them. "Son," he whispered, his voice barely audible. I'm sorry. I should have told you about the crimps." "It's okay, Dad," I choked out, tears streaming down my face. "It's not your fault." He squeezed my hand weakly. "Protect your mother," he whispered, his voice fading. And then he was gone. The silence after Dad died was deafening. It wasn't the quiet hour kind of silence, the tense, watchful quiet. This was the silence of grief, of emptiness. Mom and I barely spoke, moving through the cabin like ghosts, haunted by Dad's absence and the ever-present threat lurking outside. We couldn't stay there. It was too dangerous, too full of memories. We had to leave, to find help, to escape the crimps. But how? We couldn't risk making noise, and we couldn't just walk out into the woods in the middle of the night. We waited until the first hint of dawn, the sky barely lightening, before making our move. Mom packed a small bag with some food and water, a flashlight, and Dad's hunting knife. I carried the shotgun, my hands shaking. We crept out of the cabin, our footsteps barely disturbing the dew-covered grass. The woods were eerily quiet, the usual sounds of birds and insects replaced by an unsettling stillness. It felt like the whole world was holding its breath, watching us. We followed a narrow trail, the same one Dad used to take to Harmony Creek. The path was overgrown and treacherous, the roots and rocks hidden in the dim light. We moved slowly, cautiously, our ears straining for any sign of the crimps. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt of fear through me. I kept imagining the crimps lurking in the shadows, their glowing eyes watching our every move. But we had to keep going. We had to reach Harmony Creek before nightfall. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. The air grew warmer, and the silence was broken by the occasional chirp of a bird or the buzzing of an insect. We were making progress, but the fear was still there, a constant knot in my stomach. As the afternoon wore on, we came to a clearing. In the distance, we could see the rooftops of Harmony Creek. Relief washed over me. We were almost there. But then, we heard it. A low growl echoing through the trees. The Crims. They had found us. We ran. We didn't even look back. The growls were getting closer, and I could almost feel their hot breath on my neck. We scrambled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes. Mom stumbled and fell, twisting her ankle. I helped her up, my heart pounding in my chest. We burst out of the treeline. The small town of Harmony Creek spread out before us like a beacon of hope. We limped towards the first house we saw, a small cottage with a porch light on. I banged on the door, screaming for help. The door opened, and a woman's face appeared, her eyes wide with alarm. We stumbled inside, collapsing on the floor, our bodies shaking with exhaustion and fear. The woman, Mrs. Henderson, the librarian, helped us to the couch and called the police. They arrived soon after, along with an ambulance. Mom was taken to the hospital, and I was questioned by the police. I told them everything about the quiet hour, the Crims, the attack, Dad's death. They listened patiently, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They probably thought I was just a traumatized kid, making up stories to cope with my grief. Mom and I stayed with Mrs. Henderson for a few days while she recovered. The police searched the woods around our cabin, but they found no trace of the Crims. They concluded that Dad had died from an animal attack, probably a bear or a mountain lion. They never believed my story about the creatures in the shadows. We eventually moved away from Harmony Creek, leaving behind the dark memories of the cabin in the woods. But the scars remained. The fear, the grief, the guilt, they were all still there, buried deep inside me. I never saw the Crims again, but I never forgot them either. I still hear their growls in my nightmares, and I still feel their eyes watching me from the shadows. The quiet hour may be over, but the silence of fear still lingers. I never thought I'd be writing something like this, but here I am, staring at my phone screen, the words blurring through my tears. Grandma's gone. I mean, I knew it was coming. She was old, and her health hadn't been great for a while. But still, it's a shock. The lawyer's email arrived this morning, a formal, impersonal thing. It basically said, "Sorry for your loss, here's what she left you." Except, what she left me wasn't some dusty old china set or a few $1,000. No, Grandma, in her infinite wisdom, decided to leave me her house. Her creepy, isolated, falling apart house by the lake. Now, I haven't seen Grandma in years. We weren't exactly close. She was always a bit eccentric. And that house? Let's just say it wasn't exactly the Brady Bunch home. It's this rambling old place nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains, right on the edge of a lake that always seemed to be shrouded in mist, even on the sunniest days. I remember visiting as a kid, and even then, the place gave me the creeps. Dark hallways, weird smells, and that constant feeling of being watched. But hey, a house is a house, right? And with the way rent is these days, who am I to turn down a free place to live? So, I packed my bags, said goodbye to my tiny apartment, and hit the road. It's a long drive, and the closer I get, the more that knot of unease in my stomach tightens. I keep thinking about those childhood visits, the strange stories the locals used to tell about the woods surrounding the lake, the way Grandma would sometimes just stare out the window for hours, like she was waiting for something. I try to shake off the feeling. It's just an old house, I tell myself. A chance for a fresh start. But as I pull up the long, overgrown driveway and see the house looming against the darkening sky, I can't help but feel like I'm driving straight into a nightmare. The inside of the house was somehow worse than the outside. Dust lay thick on every surface, the air heavy with the smell of mildew and something else. Something musty and ancient, like the inside of a forgotten tomb. I fumble for the light switch, but of course, the power was out. Great. Just great. Luckily, I had the foresight to grab a flashlight from my car. The beam of my flashlight cut through the gloom, revealing faded wallpaper, peeling paint, and cobwebs hanging like macabre decorations. The furniture was draped in dust sheets, the shapes beneath them vaguely menacing in the dim light. It felt like I was walking into a time capsule, a snapshot of a life long gone. I started in the living room, trying to ignore the feeling of eyes on me. There was an old fireplace, cold and empty, and a rocking chair that swayed slightly, even though there was no breeze. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. The kitchen was even worse. The refrigerator was unplugged and reeked of something rotten. I quickly slammed it shut, my stomach churning. The cupboards were bare, except for a few chipped teacups and a jar of something that looked suspiciously like dried herbs. I didn't want to know what Grandma was brewing in those. As I explored the house, I found more and more unsettling things. Strange symbols carved into the door frames, a collection of animal bones in a glass case, a room filled with nothing but empty bird cages. It was like Grandma had been living in her own little horror movie. The unsettling feeling grew with every room I explored. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was lurking just beyond the reach of my flashlight. The silence in the house was oppressive, broken only by the creaking floorboards and the occasional scuttling sound from within the walls. By the time I found my way to the attic, my nerves were frayed. The attic was a dark, cramped space, filled with boxes and forgotten furniture. As I shone my flashlight around, I noticed something glinting in the corner. It was a small, wooden box, intricately carved with strange symbols. I cautiously approached it, my heart pounding in my chest. I reached out and slowly lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a single, yellowed claw. It was long and curved, sharp as a razor. I couldn't tell what animal it belonged to, but it sent a shiver down my spine. I quickly slammed the box shut, my hands trembling. That's when I heard it. A soft, guttural growl from the shadows behind me. I spun around, my flashlight beam dancing wildly, but there was nothing there. Just the shadows and the dust motes dancing in the beam of my flashlight. But I knew I wasn't alone. Something was in that attic with me, something ancient and malevolent. And it was watching me. The next morning, I woke up with the sun streaming through the grimy windows. For a moment, the events of the previous night seemed like a bad dream. But then I remembered the claw, the growling, the oppressive feeling in the attic. It was all real. I needed to get out of that house. I needed fresh air, sunlight, something to remind me that the world wasn't just shadows and dust and creepy old houses. So, I decided to explore the woods surrounding the lake. The woods were dense and eerily quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves under my feet and the occasional bird call. The air was thick with the smell of pine needles and damp earth. It was beautiful, in a haunting kind of way. I followed a narrow trail that wound its way through the trees. The further I went, the more isolated I felt. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy of leaves, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. As I walked, I started to hear things. Whispers, just on the edge of hearing. They seemed to come from all around me, swirling in the air like the leaves. I stopped, straining my ears, but the whispers faded away. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe some squirrels rustling in the undergrowth. But the feeling of being watched persisted. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking behind the trees. I came across a small clearing, where the trees thinned out and the sunlight filtered through. In the center of the clearing was an old, abandoned well. The stonework was crumbling, and the wooden bucket lay rotting on the ground. As I approached the well, I heard the whispers again, louder this time. They seemed to be coming from the well itself, echoing up from the dark depths. I cautiously peered over the edge, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness. I was about to turn away when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. A flash of movement in the trees at the edge of the clearing. I spun around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there. I decided to head back to the house. The woods were clearly getting to me. I needed to get out of there, find somewhere with people, with noise, with life. As I walked back, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small, wooden sign nailed to a tree. The paint was peeling, but I could just make out the words, "No trespassing." I frowned. I hadn't seen any other signs like that. And why would anyone put a "no trespassing" sign so deep in the woods? I continued on, but the sign had unnerved me. I quickened my pace, eager to get back to the relative safety of the house. As I approached the house, I saw something lying on the front porch. It was a newspaper, old and yellowed. I picked it up and saw the headline, "Local Hiker Vanishes in Appalachian Mountains." The article was dated several years ago, but it described a hiker who had disappeared in the woods near the lake. The hiker's body was never found. I felt a chill run down my spine. The whispers, the shadows, the abandoned well, the "no trespassing" sign, it all seemed to be connected. Something was wrong in those woods. Something dark and dangerous. And I was starting to think that I wasn't just imagining things. I couldn't stay cooped up in the house any longer. I needed supplies, and frankly, I needed to see another human being. So, I braved the creepy woods and the even creepier driveway to head into the nearest town. It was a one-horse town, the kind where everyone knows everyone, and the gas station doubles as the general store. As I filled up my car, a grizzled old man with eyes like faded denim approached me. He looked like he'd spent his entire life in these mountains, weathered and tough as the bark on an old oak tree. You the one staying up at the old Blackwood place? He asked, his voice rough as gravel. I nodded, a little surprised he knew. Yeah, inherited it from my grandma. He squinted at me, taking a long drag from his cigarette. You be careful up there, he said, his voice low. Things ain't right in those woods. I almost rolled my eyes. Here we go with the spooky local stories. But something in his gaze stopped me. This wasn't just some old guy trying to scare a city slicker. He genuinely seemed concerned. What do you mean? I asked, trying to sound casual. He took another drag, the tip of his cigarette glowing like a malevolent eye. You ever heard of a skinwalker? I froze. I had heard of skinwalkers. They were creatures of Native American legend, shape-shifting beings that could take on the form of any animal. They were said to be powerful and malevolent, and they roamed the mountains, preying on the unsuspecting. You're messing with me, right? I said, trying to laugh it off. But the old man just shook his head. Nope. Those woods are full of them. They say they're drawn to places where there's been darkness. Places where the veil between worlds is thin. He looked at me, his eyes boring into mine. You see anything strange up there? Hear anything? I thought about the whispers, the shadows, the feeling of being watched. Maybe, I said, my voice barely a whisper. The old man nodded grimly. You be careful. And if you see anything, don't let it catch you. He turned and walked away, leaving me standing there, my blood running cold. I knew it was just a story, a legend. But the way he said it, the conviction in his voice, it sent a shiver down my spine. I finished filling up my car and headed back to the house, my mind racing. I kept replaying the old man's words in my head. Skinwalkers. Darkness. The veil between worlds. As I drove, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. A large, dark shape moving through the trees at the edge of the road. It was too big to be a deer, too low to the ground to be a bear. It moved with an unnatural grace, its eyes glowing in the twilight. I slammed on the brakes, my heart pounding in my chest. I stared at the spot where I had seen the creature, but it was gone. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It was probably just a deer, I told myself. Or a bear. Or maybe even a large dog. But deep down, I knew it was something else. Something that the old man had warned me about. Something that was watching me from the shadows. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of leaves outside my window, sent my heart racing. I lay in the darkness, the old man's words echoing in my mind, "Don't let it catch you." I must have finally drifted off, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a nightmare. It was so vivid, so real, that I could still feel the cold sweat clinging to my skin. In the dream, I was standing in the woods, the moonlight filtering through the trees. I could hear the whispers again, but this time they were louder, closer. And then I saw it. The skinwalker. It was standing at the edge of the clearing, its eyes glowing like embers. It was tall and gaunt, its limbs elongated and twisted. Its fur was matted and patchy, revealing glimpses of pale, almost human skin beneath. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me. But I could feel its presence, its malevolence, pressing down on me like a physical weight. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. The skinwalker took a step towards me, and I screamed. I woke up with a gasp, my heart pounding in my chest. The room was dark, the only sound the wind howling outside. But I could still feel the terror from the dream, the chilling certainty that something was out there, watching me. I got out of bed and went to the window. The moon was hidden behind clouds, casting the landscape in an eerie darkness. I strained my eyes, trying to see into the shadows, but there was nothing there. Just the wind and the trees. I told myself it was just a dream, a product of my overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. The dream felt real, too real. I went to the bathroom and splashed some water on my face. As I looked in the mirror, I noticed something on my arm. Scratches. Deep, red scratches that weren't there before. I stared at them, my blood running cold. How did I get those? I hadn't been in the woods, hadn't even left the house. Unless the skinwalker had been in my room. The scratches on my arm were definitely real. Deep, angry red marks, like something with claws had raped them. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something was terribly wrong. Fear gnawed at me. I felt trapped, hunted. The house, once a refuge, now felt like a prison. I considered packing up and leaving, but the thought of driving those dark, winding roads at night, with that thing possibly lurking out there, it was too much. I decided to stay put, barricade myself in. I found some old boards in the basement and nailed them across the windows. I even dragged a heavy dresser in front of the bedroom door, just in case. The house creaked and groaned around me, the wind howling like a banshee outside. I huddled in bed, flashlight clutched in my hand, every shadow seeming to writhe and twist. Then, I heard it. A scratching sound at the window. It was faint at first, then grew louder, more insistent. Something was trying to get in. Terror gripped me. I held my breath, listening. The scratching stopped. Silence. Then, a thud. Something had hit the window hard enough to rattle the glass. I jumped out of bed, heart hammering. I crept towards the window, flashlight beam trembling. The scratching started again, frantic now. I could see the shadow of something large moving on the other side of the boarded-up window. Suddenly, the scratching stopped. Silence again, thick and heavy. I waited, every nerve on high alert. Then, a crash. The window shattered, glass spraying inwards. I screamed, stumbling back. The flashlight beam danced wildly, illuminating a gaping hole in the window. And standing in the opening, silhouetted against the moonlit sky, was the skinwalker. It was even more terrifying up close. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, its teeth bared in a snarl. It looked like a wolf, but twisted and deformed, its limbs too long, its body too thin. I froze, paralyzed by fear. The skinwalker stepped into the room, its claws clicking on the wooden floor. It moved with an eerie grace, its eyes never leaving mine. I knew I had to do something. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a heavy ceramic lamp, and hurled it at the creature. The lamp shattered against its head, but the skinwalker didn't even flinch. It let out a low growl, a sound that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. I turned and ran, scrambling out of the room and into the hallway. The skinwalker was right behind me, its footsteps echoing in the darkness. I ran for my life, the creature's growls echoing behind me. I didn't know where I was going, just that I had to get away. I burst out of the front door and into the night. The cold air hit me like a slap, the wind whipping my hair around my face. I didn't look back, just kept running, the terror driving me on. I didn't stop running until I reached the lake. The cold air stung my lungs, and my legs burned, but I couldn't risk slowing down. The skinwalker was fast, and I knew it wouldn't give up easily. I collapsed on the muddy shore, gasping for breath. The moon was hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, plunging the world into an inky blackness. The only sound was the wind howling through the trees and the waves crashing against the shore. I looked back at the house, its silhouette barely visible in the darkness. I could see the broken window, a gaping maw in the otherwise lifeless facade. A shiver ran down my spine. I was alone, stranded in the middle of nowhere, with a creature that shouldn't exist hunting me. The wind picked up, and rain started to fall, cold and heavy. I hugged myself, trying to stay warm, but it was no use. I was soaked to the bone, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. I needed to find shelter, but I didn't dare go back to the house. I knew the skinwalker would be waiting for me there. I scanned the shoreline, desperately searching for somewhere, anywhere, to hide. That's when I saw it. A small, dilapidated boathouse nestled amongst the trees. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I scrambled to my feet and ran towards it, the rain beating down on me. The boathouse was old and rickety, the wooden walls rotting and moss-covered. The door hung by a single hinge, creaking ominously in the wind. I pushed the door open and stumbled inside. The interior was dark and damp, the air thick with the smell of mildew and decaying wood. But it was dry, and it offered some protection from the elements. I huddled in a corner, shivering uncontrollably. The storm raged outside, the wind howling like a tormented spirit. I could hear the trees creaking and groaning, their branches scraping against the roof of the boathouse. I felt utterly alone, cut off from the world. The storm had knocked out the power lines, and my phone was dead. I had no way to call for help, no way to escape. I was trapped, a prisoner in this nightmare. And I knew that the skinwalker was out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting for me to make a mistake. The storm raged for hours. I huddled in the darkness of the boathouse, cold, wet, and terrified. Every creak of the old timbers, every gust of wind that rattled the walls, sent my heart racing. I kept imagining the skinwalker lurking outside, its glowing eyes peering through the cracks, waiting for me to emerge. As the storm finally began to subside, a new kind of fear crept in. The fear of the unknown. What was I going to do? I was stranded, with no way to contact the outside world, and a terrifying creature stalking me. Desperate, I began to search the boathouse for anything that might be useful. In a corner, I found a pile of old canvas tarps and some rope. Maybe I could use them to build a raft and try to reach the other side of the lake. It was a long shot, but it was better than staying here and waiting to be found. As I rummaged through the pile, my hand brushed against something hard. I pulled it out, a small, wooden chest, bound with rusted metal. It was heavy, and the wood was cold and damp. Curiosity overcame my fear, and I fumbled with the latch until it sprang open. Inside, nestled amongst yellow papers and faded photographs, was a leather-bound journal. I recognized Grandma's handwriting on the cover. With trembling hands, I opened it. The journal was filled with strange symbols and cryptic entries, written in a language I didn't recognize. But as I flipped through the pages, I found something that made my blood run cold. A sketch of the Skinwalker. It was crudely drawn, but there was no mistaking the creature's terrifying form. Beneath the sketch, Grandma had written a chilling passage. The creature is bound to this land, a guardian of the old ways. It cannot be killed, only appeased. It demands respect, and it demands sacrifice. My stomach churned. What had Grandma gotten involved in? What kind of old ways was she talking about? And what did she mean by sacrifice? I frantically searched the rest of the journal, desperate for answers. And then I found it. A passage that made everything horrifyingly clear. Grandma had been a member of a local cult that worshipped the Skinwalker. They believed it was a powerful spirit, a protector of the land. And they offered its sacrifices to ensure its favor. The last entry in the journal was dated a few weeks before her death. It described a ritual, a final offering to the Skinwalker. An offering of blood. My blood ran cold. I realized with sickening certainty that Grandma hadn't died of natural causes. She had been killed by the Skinwalker. And now, it was coming for me. Panic clawed at my throat. Grandma's journal was a horrifying revelation, confirming my worst fears. The Skinwalker wasn't just a legend, it was real, and it was connected to my family in the most terrifying way. I had to get out of there, escape this cursed place before I met the same fate as my grandmother. The storm had passed, leaving behind an eerie calm. The lake was still choppy, the wind whipping the water into white caps. I knew trying to cross the lake on a makeshift raft in these conditions was suicide, but staying in that boathouse, waiting for the Skinwalker to find me, was an even worse option. Driven by desperation, I started gathering the tarps and rope. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely tie a knot. I dragged the materials down to the water's edge, the cold mud sucking at my boots. As I was working, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A low, guttural growl echoing across the water. The Skinwalker. It had found me. I frantically shoved the makeshift raft into the water, scrambling onto it. The waves buffeted the flimsy craft, threatening to capsize it. I paddled with a piece of broken wood, my heart pounding in my chest. The growling grew louder, closer. I glanced back and saw the skinwalker emerge from the tree-line. It stood at the water's edge, its silhouette stark against the gray sky. It didn't enter the water, but its eyes, those terrifying glowing eyes, were fixed on me. I paddled harder, the wind and waves pushing me further out onto the lake. The shore, with the menacing figure of the skinwalker, receded into the distance. But I knew I wasn't safe yet. The lake seemed to stretch on forever, the far shore a hazy line in the distance. My arms ached, my hands were blistered, and the cold was seeping into my bones. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I saw something that made my heart sink. The wind was pushing me towards the center of the lake, away from the shore. And the water there was different. Darker, deeper. I remembered something from Grandma's journal, a passage about the lake, about a place where the veil between worlds was thinnest. A place where the skinwalker was most powerful. I was being drawn towards it. Panic surged through me. I had to change direction, get back to shore, but the wind and waves were too strong. I was at their mercy, a tiny leaf tossed about in a raging storm. Then, I remembered the other thing Grandma had written about. The sacrifices. The offerings. An idea, desperate and terrifying, formed in my mind. If the skinwalker demanded a sacrifice, maybe I could give it one. Not myself, but something else. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small, wooden box I had found in the attic. The box with the claw. Maybe, just maybe, it would be enough. With trembling hands, I opened the box. The claw gleamed in the dim light, its sharp point glinting menacingly. I took a deep breath and threw it into the water. The lake seemed to still for a moment, the waves calming. Then, a ripple spread out from where the claw had sunk, growing larger and larger until it encompassed the entire lake. The growling stopped. The wind died down. An unnatural silence descended. I looked back towards the shore, but the skinwalker was gone. Had it worked? Had the offering appeased the creature? Or was this just a calm before the storm? The silence stretched on, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the raft. I held my breath, every sense on high alert. The lake remained calm, the unnatural stillness pressing down on me like a weight. Then, I saw it. A ripple in the water, spreading outwards from the center of the lake. It wasn't a natural ripple, but something more deliberate, like something was moving beneath the surface. The ripple grew closer, and I saw a shape begin to form in the water. It was dark and sinuous, moving with an unnatural grace. It was heading straight towards me. Terror gripped me. I scrambled backwards on the raft, desperate to get away, but there was nowhere to go. I was trapped. The shape in the water grew larger, closer. I could see it now. It wasn't the skinwalker, but something else. Something long and serpentine, with dark, glistening scales. It rose out of the water, its head towering over me. It had no eyes, just a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. I screamed, scrambling to the other end of the raft, but it was too late. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut just inches from my face. I threw my arms up to protect myself, bracing for the impact. But it never came. Instead, I felt a sharp pain in my ankle. Something had grabbed me, something cold and slimy. I looked down and saw a long, tentacled limb wrapped around my leg, dragging me towards the water. I screamed again, kicking and struggling, but the grip was too strong. I was being pulled into the lake, towards the waiting moth creature. The last thing I saw before I was dragged under was the dark, still surface of the lake, reflecting the gray, unforgiving sky. The cabin was the same as it always was, that same musty smell of pine needles and damp wood, the same creaky floorboards, the same slightly too small beds with lumpy mattresses. It wouldn't have been my first choice for a weekend getaway, but it was tradition. Every year, for the past 10 years, we'd all pile into my dad's old truck and head up to this godforsaken place in the middle of nowhere. This year, though, something felt different. Maybe it was the way the wind howled through the trees, sounding like a chorus of lost souls. Or maybe it was just me, feeling on edge for no reason. All right, losers, let's get this show on the road. Jake's booming voice cut through the tense atmosphere. He was already halfway through a six-pack, a wide grin plastered across his face. Typical Jake. Leave it to him to lighten the mood, even if it meant getting hammered before dinner. We all gathered around the old wooden table, the same one we'd sat around for years, sharing stories, secrets, and way too many beers. There was Emily, Jake's girlfriend, her eyes sparkling with nervous excitement. Liam, the quiet one, sat hunched in the corner, fiddling with his phone. And then there was me, Sarah, the self-proclaimed organizer of the group. Okay, so you all know the drill, I said, pulling out a stack of index cards and a pen. Write down your deepest, darkest secret, fold it up, and toss it in the hat. No names, no holding back. Every year, it was the same game. We'd take turns reading the anonymous confessions, trying to guess who wrote what. It was all fun and games, a way to reconnect and poke fun at each other. But this year, the air crackled with an unsettling tension. One by one, we scribbled our secrets onto the cards, our faces grim. As the hat filled up, a knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Finally, it was time. I reached into the hat, my fingers brushing against the folded pieces of paper. I pulled one out and unfolded it, my heart pounding in my chest. The words jumped out at me, stark and chilling. I will kill one of you. The laughter died in my throat. My blood ran cold. I looked around the table, at the faces of my friends, bathed in the flickering lamplight. Who could have written it? A sick joke? A twisted prank? Or something far more sinister? In that moment, the carefree atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a bone-chilling fear that settled over the cabin like a shroud. We were no longer friends playing a game. We were prey, trapped in a nightmare with a predator hidden among us. The silence in the cabin was thick enough to choke on. Nobody dared to speak, to break the spell of disbelief and fear that had fallen over us. I could see the questions swirling in their eyes, the same questions that were tormenting me. Who wrote it? Was it a joke? If so, It was a damn sick one. Finally, Emily, ever the voice of reason, or at least, she tried to be, spoke up. Okay, this is freaking me out. Who the hell thought this was funny? Her voice was shaky, but it broke the silence, and everyone started talking at once. Accusations flew across the table, fingers pointed, voices raised. Jake, fueled by alcohol and bravado, was convinced it was Liam, the quiet one, trying to scare us. Liam, pale and stammering, swore he had nothing to do with it. I just sat there, the note clutched in my hand, feeling a growing sense of dread creeping up my spine. Guys, come down. I tried to interject, but my voice was lost in the chaos. This is ridiculous. We're letting a stupid piece of paper get to us. But even as I said the words, I didn't believe them. There was something about that note, something about the stark simplicity of the threat, that felt all too real. The rest of the night was a blur of forced laughter and strained conversation. We tried to pretend everything was normal, to salvage the weekend, but the shadow of that note hung over us like a dark cloud. Every time I caught someone's eye, I saw the same fear reflected back at me. That night, sleep was a distant dream. I lay awake, listening to the wind howling outside, every creak of the old cabin sending shivers down my spine. I kept replaying the events of the evening in my mind, trying to make sense of it all. Who could have written that note? And what did they mean by, "I will kill one of you"? As the hours ticked by, a terrifying thought took root in my mind. What if this wasn't a joke? What if someone in this cabin, someone I considered a friend, was actually planning to kill one of us? The next morning, the tension in the cabin was so thick you could cut it with a knife. We were all walking on eggshells, avoiding eye contact and jumping at the slightest sound. Even Jake's usual boisterous energy seemed subdued, replaced by a nervous restlessness. We tried to go about our day as if nothing had happened. We made breakfast, burnt toast and lukewarm coffee, thanks to my shaky hands, played a few rounds of cards, with forced smiles and strained laughter, and even attempted a hike in the woods, which ended abruptly when Emily tripped and sprained her ankle. But no matter how hard we tried to distract ourselves, the threat from the previous night lingered in the air like a bad smell. Every time I glanced at one of my friends, I couldn't help but wonder, were they the one who wrote that note? Were they the one planning to kill us? As dusk began to settle, casting long shadows across the cabin floor, the first real incident occurred. We were gathered in the living room, attempting to watch a movie, when the lights suddenly flickered and went out. The room was plunged into darkness, the only sound the crackling of the fire in the hearth. "What the hell?" Jake exclaimed, fumbling for his phone. "Power must be out." Liam, ever the resourceful one, grabbed a flashlight from his backpack. "I'll go check the breaker box," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. He disappeared down the hallway, leaving us in the darkness. I felt a shiver run down my spine. The sudden darkness, the isolation, the lingering threat, it all felt like a scene from a horror movie. A few minutes later, Liam returned, his face pale and drawn. "The breaker box is fine," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But the front door is wide open." A collective gasp went through the room. We had locked the door. I was sure of it. Had someone been watching us? Had they been waiting for the cover of darkness to make their move? We rushed to the front door, our hearts pounding in our chests. The door swung open, revealing the dark and ominous forest beyond. There was no sign of forced entry, no footprints in the mud, nothing but the eerie silence of the night. We quickly locked the door and bolted it shut, our fear reaching a fever pitch. Someone was out there. Someone was watching us. And they were playing with us, toying with our fear before they made their move. The next morning, the mood in the cabin was even more oppressive than before. The incident with the door had shattered any remaining illusion of safety. We were like caged animals, pacing back and forth, our nerves stretched thin. "We can't stay here," Emily said, her voice trembling. "We need to get out of here, now." I knew she was right. The cabin, once a familiar haven, had become a prison, a place of lurking shadows and unseen threats. We needed to get back to civilization, to the safety of numbers and cell service. But there was one problem, the note. "I will kill one of you," it had said. And it had also mentioned the Appalachian Mountains. We were already in the mountains, miles away from any town or help. Leaving now felt like playing right into the killer's hands. After a tense discussion, we decided to stick to our original plan and head deeper into the mountains. It felt counterintuitive, I know, but we reasoned that if we stayed put, we were sitting ducks. At least on the move, we might have a chance to find help, or at least make it harder for whoever was after us to strike. So, we packed our bags, our movements hurried and anxious. We double-checked the locks, the windows, every possible entry point. I felt a knot of fear tightening in my stomach as we stepped out of the cabin and into the vast wilderness. The Appalachian Mountains were beautiful, I had to admit. Towering trees, their leaves turning shades of gold and crimson, stretched towards the sky. The air was crisp and clean, with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. But the beauty couldn't mask the sense of foreboding that hung over us. We hiked in silence, our eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig, sent a jolt of fear through me. I kept imagining a pair of eyes watching us from the shadows, a figure lurking behind the trees, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As the day wore on, the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the trail. The temperature dropped, and a chill wind whipped through the trees. We were tired, hungry, and scared. We finally reached a small clearing, a patch of flat ground surrounded by towering pines. It wasn't much, but it would have to do for the night. We set up camp, our movements hurried and clumsy. We built a fire, the flames casting flickering shadows on our faces. As I sat by the fire, staring into the dancing flames, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. That somewhere out there, in the darkness, the killer was waiting, patiently biding their time. Night fell, and the darkness in the mountains was absolute. The kind of darkness that pressed down on you, suffocating, stealing your breath. We huddled around the campfire, the flames our only source of light and warmth in a world that had grown cold and hostile. The silence was broken only by the crackling of the fire and the occasional whimper of the wind as it snaked through the trees. We took turns keeping watch, our eyes straining to pierce the darkness, our ears alert for any sound that might betray the presence of our unseen enemy. Hours crawled by, each one an eternity. Fatigue gnawed at me, but fear kept me awake. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger. Every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. I imagined the killer lurking just beyond the circle of firelight, their eyes gleaming with malice, their hand gripping a weapon. As the night wore on, the wind picked up, growing from a whisper to a roar. The trees swayed and groaned, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. Rain began to fall, first a gentle drizzle, then a torrential downpour. The storm raged through the night, battering our makeshift camp. The fire sputtered and hissed, threatening to die out. We huddled closer, shivering in the cold and wet, our fear growing with every gust of wind, every clap of thunder. By dawn, the storm had passed, leaving behind a world transformed. The forest was a soggy mess, the ground littered with broken branches and fallen leaves. The sky was a bruised purple, the air heavy with the smell of damp earth and pine needles. But the storm had brought with it more than just rain and wind. It had brought isolation. The heavy rain had washed out the trail, turning it into a muddy, impassable swamp. We were stranded, cut off from the outside world, trapped in the heart of the mountains with a killer on our loose. Panic started to set in. We checked our phones, but there was no signal. The storm had knocked out the cell towers, leaving us completely isolated. We were alone, vulnerable, easy prey. What do we do now? Emily asked, her voice filled with despair. I didn't have an answer. I looked around at my friends, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes filled with fear. We were trapped, hunted, with nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. We were playing a deadly game, and the odds were stacked against us. The rain had stopped, but the oppressive atmosphere remained, clinging to us like a damp shroud. We were huddled in our soaked tent, shivering and whispering, our voices barely audible above the dripping of water from the trees. Liam, ever the pragmatist, was the first to break the silence. We need to make a plan, he said, his voice tight with tension. We can't just sit here and wait to die. But what plan could we make? We were stranded, isolated, with no way to contact the outside world. And somewhere out there, lurking in the shadows, was a killer, waiting to strike. As we discussed our options, a terrifying thought occurred to me. What if the killer wasn't out there? What if they were right here with us, hiding in plain sight? I looked around the tent, at the faces of my friends. Jake, his usual bravado replaced by a nervous tremor. Emily, her eyes wide with fear, clinging to Jake for comfort. And Liam, his face pale and drawn, his gaze darting nervously around. Could one of them be the killer? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. We had been friends for years, shared secrets, trusted each other with our lives. But now, that trust had been shattered, replaced by suspicion and fear. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. It was Emily. I turned to see her pointing a trembling finger at Jake. His backpack, she gasped. It's gone. My heart pounded in my chest. Jake's backpack, the one he always carried with him, was missing. We frantically searched the tent, but it was nowhere to be found. Then, I saw it. Lying just outside the tent, half hidden in the undergrowth, was Jake's backpack. And protruding from the open pocket was the handle of a hunting knife, glinting ominously in the pale light. "Jake," I whispered, my voice barely audible. He turned to me, his face pale and contorted with a mixture of fear and rage. "It's not me," he pleaded. "I swear, I didn't do it." But it was too late. The evidence was there, staring us in the face. Jake, our friend, the life of the party, was the killer. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. All those years of friendship, all those shared memories, all those laughs, it had all been a lie. He had been playing a game with us, a deadly game, and we had been his pawns. Now, the game had taken a sinister turn. The killer had been revealed, and the hunt was on. The revelation of Jake as the killer sent a shockwave through the small tent. Emily let out a blood-curdling scream, scrambling back from Jake as if he were a venomous snake. Liam, always the calmest one among us, looked like he'd seen a ghost. "Jake." "What the?" Liam stammered, his voice trembling. "Why?" Jake's face was a mask of fury, his eyes wild and desperate. "Shut up, Liam. You don't know anything." He lunged for the knife, snatching it from the backpack. Instinct took over. I shoved Emily behind me, my heart pounding like a drum. "Jake, put the knife down." I yelled, my voice cracking. "We can still talk about this." But there was no reasoning with him. He was like a cornered animal, lashing out in fear and desperation. He swung the knife, the blade glinting dangerously in the dim light of the tent. "Get away from me," he snarled, his voice thick with rage. "You're all going to die." We scrambled out of the tent, the rain-soaked ground slippery beneath our feet. Jake burst out after us, the knife raised high. The chase was on. We ran for our lives, crashing through the undergrowth, our lungs burning, our legs screaming for respite. The dense forest became our battleground, the towering trees our only witnesses. Jake was faster, stronger, fueled by a terrifying rage. He was closing in on us, his heavy breathing echoing through the trees. Liam, hampered by his sprained ankle, fell behind. Jake lunged for him, the knife flashing. Liam cried out, raising his arm in a desperate attempt to protect himself. I couldn't just stand there and watch. I grabbed a thick branch from the forest floor and charged at Jake, swinging it with all my might. The branch connected with his head with a sickening thud. He stumbled, the knife clattering to the ground. Liam seized the opportunity, scrambling away from Jake's grasp. But Jake quickly recovered, his eyes burning with renewed fury. He lunged at me, tackling me to the ground. We wrestled in the mud, our bodies slick with rain and sweat. He pinned me down, his face inches from mine, his breath hot and ragged. "You can't stop me," he hissed. "I'm going to finish this." I thrashed against him, but he was too strong. His hand closed around my throat, squeezing the air from my lungs. I clawed at his face, my vision blurring. Just when I thought I was going to lose consciousness, a figure emerged from the trees. Emily, wielding a large rock, brought it crashing down on Jake's head. He slumped over, unconscious. I gasped for air, my lungs burning. We had survived, for now. But the ordeal was far from over. We were still stranded, injured, and terrified. And somewhere deep in the forest, the echo of Jake's chilling words lingered. "You're all going to die." The silence after the fight was deafening. I lay on the muddy ground, gasping for breath, my body aching, my mind reeling. Emily was beside me, her chest heaving, her eyes wide with shock. Liam, bless his soul, was already crawling towards Jake, checking for a pulse. "He's alive," Liam said, his voice shaky. "But he's unconscious." Relief washed over me, followed by a wave of nausea. We had survived, but at what cost? Jake, our friend, was now our enemy. And even though he was unconscious, the threat he posed still hung over us like a dark cloud. We couldn't stay there. We needed to get to safety, to find help. But with the trail washed out, and Jake still a potential danger, our options were limited. "We need to get to higher ground," Liam said, his voice regaining some of its usual calm. "There might be a chance of getting a signal for our phones." It was a long shot, but it was our only hope. We helped Liam to his feet, his ankle throbbing, and slowly made our way through the dense forest, our progress hampered by the treacherous terrain and our own injuries. As we climbed, the forest grew darker, the air colder. The silence was broken only by the sound of our own labored breathing and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the trees. It was Emily. I whirled around to see her pointing a trembling finger towards a figure emerging from the shadows. It was Jake. He had regained consciousness and was now stalking towards us, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity, the hunting knife clutched tightly in his hand. Panic surged through me. We were trapped, cornered, with no escape. Jake lunged at Liam, the knife flashing. Liam cried out, raising his arm in a desperate attempt to defend himself. But he was too slow. The knife plunged into his chest, the blade sinking deep into his flesh. Liam's eyes widened in shock, his body going limp. He slumped to the ground, blood gushing from the wound. "No!" I screamed, my voice raw with anguish. Jake turned towards me, his face contorted with a triumphant grin. "You're next," he hissed. He lunged at me, the knife raised high. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact. But it never came. Instead, I heard a thud, followed by a gasp. I opened my eyes to see Emily standing between Jake and me, her hand clutching her side. Blood was seeping through her fingers, staining her shirt crimson. She had jumped in front of me, taking the blow meant for me. "Emily!" I screamed, my voice breaking. She looked at me, her eyes filled with pain and a strange sense of peace. "Run," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Get away." Then, her eyes fluttered closed, and her body slumped to the ground. I stared at her, my mind unable to comprehend what had just happened. Emily, my friend, had sacrificed herself to save me. A wave of grief and rage washed over me. I looked at Jake, his face a mask of shock and confusion. He had killed Liam. He had killed Emily. And now he was going to pay. A primal scream tore from my throat, a raw and guttural sound of pure anguish and fury. I lunged at Jake, my hands outstretched, my fingers curled into claws. He stumbled back, his eyes wide with surprise, the knife slipping from his grasp. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his voice trembling. "Sarah, wait. I didn't mean to." But his words were lost on me. All I could see was Emily lying lifeless on the ground, her blood staining the leaves, her sacrifice a stark reminder of his betrayal. I tackled him to the ground, my fists raining down on his face, my nails digging into his skin. He cried out in pain, trying to shield himself, but I wouldn't stop. I was fueled by a rage that burned hotter than any fire, a grief that threatened to consume me. He managed to push me off, scrambling to his feet. He stumbled backwards, his eyes darting around frantically, searching for an escape. He tripped over a tree root, falling heavily onto his back. I pounced on him, straddling his chest, my hands closing around his throat. He struggled beneath me, his eyes bulging, his face turning purple. "Why?" I screamed, my voice hoarse with emotion. "Why did you do this?" He gurgled, his hands clawing at mine, trying to pry them away from his neck. But I wouldn't let go. I held on tight, my grip tightening with every passing second. "Tell me," I demanded, my voice a guttural growl. "Tell me why you killed them." His eyes met mine, a flicker of fear finally breaking through the mask of madness. They knew," he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "They knew about what I did." "What did you do?" I pressed, my grip unrelenting. He coughed, his body convulsing. I killed her," he confessed, his voice choked with tears. "My girlfriend. I killed her in a fit of rage, and they saw it." The truth hit me like a punch to the gut. He had killed his girlfriend, and Liam and Emily had witnessed it. He had brought us here, to this isolated mountain, to silence us forever. A wave of nausea washed over me. I loosened my grip, my hands trembling. He gasped for air, his chest heaving. "You're a monster," I whispered, my voice filled with disgust. He looked at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and remorse. "I know," he croaked. "I'm so sorry." But his apology meant nothing. He had taken the lives of my friends, shattered our trust, destroyed our lives. And now he would pay for his crimes. I stood up, my legs shaking, my body trembling with exhaustion and emotion. I looked down at him, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and fear. "Goodbye, Jake," I said, my voice cold and empty. I turned and walked away, leaving him there, alone in the darkness, to face the consequences of his actions. I stumbled through the forest, my vision blurred with tears, my body shaking with exhaustion and shock. The image of Emily, lying lifeless on the ground, haunted my every step. I didn't know how long I walked, how far I had come. time seemed to have lost all meaning. All I knew was that I had to get away, to escape the nightmare that had consumed our weekend getaway. The forest gradually thinned, giving way to a narrow dirt road. I emerged from the trees, blinking in the sudden brightness of the afternoon sun. A rusty signpost stood by the roadside, its faded letters proclaiming, "Welcome to Blackwood Falls, 10 miles." Blackwood Falls. A small town, a beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness. Hope flickered within me, a fragile flame in the darkness of despair. I started walking, my legs aching, my feet blistered. Each step was a victory, a testament to my survival. I had escaped the clutches of a killer, witnessed the ultimate sacrifice, and endured the depths of despair. But I was alive. As dusk began to fall, I reached the outskirts of Blackwood Falls. The sight of houses, with their warm lights glowing in the windows, filled me with a sense of relief I hadn't felt in days. I stumbled towards the nearest house, my hand trembling as I knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman answered, her face etched with concern. I poured out my story, my voice shaking, my words tumbling over each other in a desperate torrent. The woman listened patiently, her eyes wide with horror. When I finished, she immediately called the police. They arrived shortly after, their sirens wailing, their flashing lights piercing the darkness. I recounted my story again, every gruesome detail, every agonizing moment. They listened intently, their faces grim. Then, they asked the question that had been haunting me ever since I escaped the mountains. "Where's Jake?" I stared at them, my mind reeling. I had left him there, injured and alone, to face the consequences of his actions. But had he survived? Was he still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike again? The police launched a search party, combing the mountains for any sign of Jake. But they found nothing. He had vanished, disappeared without a trace. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The investigation continued, but Jake remained elusive. The police concluded that he had likely succumbed to his injuries or fled the area. But I knew better. I knew that he was still out there, somewhere in the vast wilderness, a ghost haunting the shadows, a reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of our seemingly ordinary lives. I still have nightmares, vivid flashbacks of the terror we endured. The image of Emily's sacrifice, Liam's lifeless eyes, Jake's twisted grin, they haunt my waking moments, a constant reminder of the fragility of life, the unpredictability of human nature. And every time I hear a rustle in the leaves, every time I see a shadow move in the corner of my eye, I can't help but wonder, is he back? Is Jake back to finish what he started? The question lingers, a chilling echo in the silence of my fear. And I know, deep down, that I will never truly escape the shadow of the mountains, the memory of the game that turned deadly, the chilling truth that some secrets are best left buried. Okay, so picture this. It's a Friday night, and I'm sprawled out on the couch, binging some true crime documentary on Netflix. My phone buzzes, and it's my mom. "Hey, sweetie," she says, her voice all cheery. "Your dad and I are finally taking that trip to Hawaii. We leave Monday. Could you do us a huge favor and watch the house?" Now, My parents aren't exactly the go-on-vacation type. They're workaholics, always glued to their laptops or buried in paperwork. So, this was a big deal. And me? I'm a broke college student living off ramen noodles and the occasional pizza delivery. The idea of having their entire house to myself for 2 weeks. It was like winning the lottery. Of course. I practically yell into the phone. Have an amazing time. Don't worry about a thing. The house will be spotless when you get back. I'm already picturing epic movie marathons, sleeping in until noon, and maybe even throwing a small, responsible party. My mom gives me the usual rundown. Water the plants, check the mail, don't burn the house down, blah blah blah. I'm only half listening, already planning my 2 weeks of freedom. After we hang up, I crank up the volume on the TV and grab another slice of leftover pizza. Life is good. But as the night wears on, a tiny knot of anxiety starts to form in my stomach. Their house is, well, it's kind of creepy. It's a big, old Victorian thing on the outskirts of town, with dark wood paneling and those weird, narrow hallways that always seem to be creaking. Plus, it's surrounded by woods. Like a lot of woods. I try to shake off the feeling. It's just an old house, right? No big deal. I've stayed there alone before, and nothing ever happened. But this time feels different. This time, it's like the house is watching me. I glance out the window at the dark silhouette of the trees, and a shiver runs down my spine. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. Monday morning rolled around, and my parents were off to Hawaii. I waved them goodbye with a forced smile, trying to ignore the creeping dread that seemed to be clinging to me like a bad smell. As soon as their car disappeared down the driveway, I turned back to the house, and it felt different. Like it was holding its breath, waiting. I spent the day unpacking my stuff, mostly junk food and video games, and trying to make myself at home. But the house felt oddly empty, even with all the lights on. The silence was broken only by the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway, each tick a hammer blow on my nerves. By nightfall, I was already feeling on edge. I made a huge bowl of popcorn, grabbed a blanket, and settled in for a horror movie marathon. You know, the usual stuff: ghosts, demons, serial killers. I figured it would help me face my fears, but it probably wasn't the smartest move in hindsight. As the hours passed, the movies started messing with my head. Every creak in the house sounded like a footstep, every shadow seemed to writhe and move. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see a pale face staring back at me. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep on the couch, the TV still flickering with some gruesome scene. I woke up with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. The house was pitch black, the only light coming from the dying embers in the fireplace. And that's when I felt it, that feeling of being watched. I sat up, straining my ears, but I couldn't hear anything. It was like someone was staring at me from the darkness, their eyes boring into my skin. I grabbed a remote and switched on the lamp, the sudden burst of light momentarily blinding me. I scanned the room, but there was nothing there. Just the familiar furniture, draped in shadows. I told myself it was just a bad dream, the after effects of the horror movies. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Something was in the house with me. The whispers got worse. Way worse. It wasn't just random mumbling anymore. It sounded like actual voices, murmuring just below my threshold of understanding. They seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time, swirling around me like a vortex of whispers. I tried everything to drown them out. Blasting music, wearing noise-canceling headphones, even sticking my fingers in my ears. Nothing worked. The whispers always found a way to seep through, slithering into my brain like venomous snakes. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, the whispers intensified, morphing into grotesque sounds, guttural growls, raspy breathing, and the sickening crunch of bones. I was running on fumes, fueled by caffeine and fear. Then, one afternoon, as I was pacing the living room like a caged animal, the whispers changed. They became clearer, more focused. And they were pulling me towards the back of the house, towards the woods. I fought it at first. I knew those woods were creepy as hell, even in broad daylight. But the whispers were insistent, like an invisible hand tugging at my soul. It was like something in the woods was calling me, beckoning me to come closer. Curiosity, or maybe just plain insanity, got the better of me. I grabbed a flashlight and headed out the back door, the whispers growing louder with every step I took. The woods were even creepier than I remembered. The trees were tall and dense, their branches intertwined like skeletal fingers, blocking out most of the sunlight. The air was thick and humid, with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I pushed deeper into the woods, following the whispers like a siren song. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. The whispers led me to a clearing, a small patch of open ground bathed in an eerie silence. I stopped, my heart pounding in my chest. The whispers had stopped too, leaving me in an unsettling quiet. Then I saw it. A faint glow, emanating from the base of an ancient oak tree. It was like a beacon, drawing me closer. I took a hesitant step forward, then another, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. As I approached the tree, I realized the glow was coming from a small, crudely drawn symbol carved into the bark. It looked like a circle with a cross inside, and it sent a shiver down my spine. I had a bad feeling about this. A really bad feeling. I knelt down, shining the flashlight on the symbol. It was rough, like it had been carved with a rusty knife. I ran my fingers over the grooves, a strange sense of dread washing over me. It felt ancient, like it had been there for centuries. Suddenly, the whispers returned, louder than ever, swirling around me like a whirlwind. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. I felt a presence behind me, something watching me, something malevolent. I spun around, shining the flashlight into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing but trees and shadows. Then I saw them, eyes, glowing in the darkness like embers. They were scattered among the trees, watching me, following my every move. The eyes were unlike anything I had ever seen before. They were large and luminous, with an eerie yellow glow. They seemed to pierce through the darkness, seeing right through me. I felt a primal fear grip me, a fear that ran deeper than any rational thought. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The eyes moved closer, circling me, closing in. I could hear the rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs, as whatever was watching me crept closer. I raised the flashlight, trying to keep the eyes in my beam. But they were too quick, darting between the trees, always staying just out of reach. I felt like a trapped animal, surrounded by predators. Then, I saw a figure emerge from the trees. It was tall and gaunt, with long, spindly limbs and an unsettlingly human-like face. It moved with an unnatural grace, almost like it was gliding. The figure stopped at the edge of the clearing, its eyes fixed on me. I could feel its gaze burning into my skin, stripping away my defenses. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. The figure took a step closer, and I saw its face more clearly. It was pale and gaunt, with sharp cheekbones and hollow eyes. Its mouth was stretched into a wide, unnatural grin, revealing rows of sharp teeth. I knew then that I was in serious danger. This was no ordinary creature. This was something ancient, something evil. And it was coming for me. My mind was screaming at me to run, to get the hell out of there. But my body wouldn't cooperate. It was like I was rooted to the spot, frozen by a primal terror that had hijacked my senses. The creature took another step, and the moonlight caught its face. It was human-like, but distorted, like a grotesque caricature. Its eyes were wide and black, devoid of any warmth or humanity. Its mouth was a gaping maw, filled with rows of jagged teeth. I tried to speak, to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted with fear, my lungs refusing to cooperate. I was completely at its mercy. The creature stopped a few feet away from me, its eyes boring into mine. I could feel its gaze penetrating my soul, stripping away my defenses. It was like it was reading my thoughts, my fears, my deepest insecurities. Then, it smiled. It was a slow, deliberate smile that stretched its lips into a grotesque parody of human expression. The sight of it sent a wave of nausea through me. "Hello," it rasped, its voice a guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through my bones. "I've been waiting for you." The words hung in the air, heavy with menace. I wanted to ask who it was, what it wanted, but I couldn't form the words. I was trapped in a nightmare, facing a creature that defied all logic and reason. The creature tilted its head, studying me with an unnerving intensity. "You shouldn't be here," it said, its voice a low hiss. "This is not your place." I tried to back away, but my feet were glued to the ground. The creature's eyes followed my every move, its smile widening. "Don't be afraid," it said, its voice dripping with false reassurance. "I'm not going to hurt you." "Not yet." The words sent a chill down my spine. Not yet implied that there was a plan, a purpose to its presence. And that terrified me more than anything. The creature took another step closer, reaching out a long, skeletal hand towards me. I flinched, bracing myself for the inevitable attack. But the creature stopped short, its hand hovering in the air. It seemed to be listening to something, its head cocked to one side. Then, it turned its head towards the woods, its eyes narrowing. "We have company," it said, its voice laced with annoyance. "It seems our little game has been interrupted." Before I could process what it meant, the creature vanished into the darkness, leaving me alone in the clearing. I stood there for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to catch my breath. What was happening? Who was this creature? And what did it mean by company? I was about to turn and run when I heard a sound from the woods, a low growl, deep and guttural. It was followed by another, and another, until the air was filled with the sound of growling. I spun around, shining the flashlight into the darkness. But I couldn't see anything. The growls were getting closer, circling me, closing in. I was trapped, surrounded by unseen predators. And I had a feeling that my nightmare was just beginning. Panic seized me. I fumbled for the flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. The growls were getting closer, forming a tight circle around me. I felt like a rabbit caught in the headlights, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, a pair of eyes materialized in the darkness, just a few feet away. They were the same eerie yellow as the others, but these were closer, hungrier. I could see the outline of a creature behind them, a hulking shape that moved with a predatory grace. I didn't wait to see what it was. I turned and ran, adrenaline flooding my system. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping in my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. The growls were right behind me, a chorus of bloodthirsty pursuit. I stumbled and fell, my ankle twisting beneath me. I cried out in pain, scrambling to my feet. The flashlight slipped from my grasp, tumbling into the darkness. I was plunged into near blackness, the only light coming from the sliver of moon overhead. I could hear the creatures closing in, their growls turning into snarls. I knew I couldn't outrun them. I was trapped, cornered like a rat in a maze. Desperation clawed at me. I had to find somewhere to hide, somewhere to make a stand. I spotted a large oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. I scrambled towards it, pulling myself up into the branches. I climbed as high as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. The creatures were below me, their growls echoing through the woods. I could hear them sniffing the ground, searching for my scent. I clung to the branch, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I was terrified, but I also felt a surge of defiance. I wasn't going down without a fight. I scanned the darkness, trying to get a sense of how many creatures there were. It was hard to tell, but it sounded like at least 3 or 4. They were moving around the base of the tree, their growls growing louder. Then, I saw it. A light in the distance, a faint glimmer through the trees. It was a small cabin, old and dilapidated, but it offered a glimmer of hope. I knew I couldn't stay in the tree forever. The creatures would eventually find a way to get to me. I had to take a chance, make a run for the cabin. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the challenge. I climbed down from the tree, my muscles aching, my ankle throbbing. I landed softly on the ground, my eyes fixed on the cabin. I took off running, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The growls erupted behind me, the creatures hot on my heels. I could hear their heavy footsteps pounding the earth, their ragged breathing echoing through the night. I ran as fast as I could, the cabin getting closer with every stride. I could see the light more clearly now, a warm glow in the darkness. I was almost there. But the creatures were gaining on me. I could feel their breath on my neck, their claws reaching for me. I stumbled again, my ankle giving way. I fell to the ground, my face hitting the dirt. I rolled over, scrambling to my feet. The creatures were upon me, their eyes glowing in the darkness. I braced myself for the attack. I scrambled back, desperately trying to put some distance between myself and the creatures. My ankle throbbed with pain, making it impossible to run. I was trapped, cornered, with nowhere to go. Just as I braced myself for the inevitable attack, a light flickered on in the cabin. The sudden illumination startled the creatures, momentarily halting their advance. They backed away, snarling and hissing, their eyes still fixed on me. I seized the opportunity. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the searing pain in my ankle, and lunged towards the cabin. I didn't look back, didn't dare to slow down. I could hear the creatures behind me, their growls growing louder, but I didn't stop. I reached the cabin door and threw myself against it, bursting into the dimly lit interior. I slammed the door shut behind me, fumbling for the lock. My fingers were shaking so badly I could barely grasp the latch. Finally, I managed to lock the door, the heavy bolt sliding into place with a satisfying thud. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. I was safe, for now. I turned to survey my surroundings. The cabin was small and cramped, with a single room serving as both living room and bedroom. A fireplace dominated one wall, its embers glowing faintly. A rough-hewn table and chairs sat in the center of the room, and a rickety bed occupied the corner. The air was thick with the smell of dust and decay. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and the walls were lined with shelves filled with dusty books and strange artifacts. It was clear that the cabin hadn't been occupied in a long time. But despite the eerie atmosphere, I felt a sense of relief. I was out of the woods, away from the creatures. I had found a sanctuary, a temporary respite from the nightmare. I limped over to the fireplace, hoping to rekindle the dying embers. I needed light, warmth, anything to dispel the lingering fear that clung to me like a shroud. As I knelt by the hearth, I noticed something hanging on the wall above the fireplace. It was a skin, tanned and stretched, its edges nailed to the rough-hewn planks. I stared at the skin, my blood running cold. It was human skin. My breath hitched in my throat. The skin was pale and smooth, stretched taut across a wooden frame. It was unmistakably human, with a faint outline of muscles and tendons visible beneath the surface. I could even make out the fine hairs that once covered the body. A wave of nausea washed over me. I stumbled back, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle a scream. What the hell was this place? Who would skin a person and hang their remains on the wall like a haunting trophy? Then, a terrifying thought struck me. The creature outside, the The one with the human-like face and the eerie yellow eyes. Could it be wearing the skin of its victims? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I remembered the creature's words, "I'm not going to hurt you." Not yet. Was it planning to add my skin to its collection? I turned away from the gruesome sight, my stomach churning. I had to get out of there, find a way to escape the cabin and the creatures that surrounded it. But as I turned towards the door, I heard a sound that froze me in my tracks. It was a soft scratching, coming from the other side of the door. The creatures were trying to get in. I backed away from the door, my eyes darting around the cabin, searching for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But there was nothing. I was trapped, cornered like a rat in a cage. The scratching grew louder, more insistent. I could hear the creatures sniffing at the door, their hot breath seeping through the cracks. They were close, too close. I pressed myself against the wall, my heart pounding in my chest. I could feel the vibrations of their claws scraping against the wood, their growls echoing through the cabin. Then I remembered the fireplace. The embers were still glowing faintly, a testament to the recent fire. Maybe I could use them too. A loud crack echoed through the cabin as the door splintered under the force of the creature's assault. I could see their claws tearing through the wood, their eyes glowing in the darkness beyond. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed a burning ember from the fireplace and hurled it at the door. The dry wood ignited instantly, flames licking at the creature's claws. They recoiled with snarls of pain, their fur singed by the flames. I seized the opportunity, grabbing another ember and throwing it at their faces. They howled in agony, retreating from the burning door. I continued to pelt them with embers, keeping them at bay. But I knew it was only a temporary reprieve. The fire wouldn't hold them forever. They would find a way to get in, and when they did, I had to find another way out. But where? The windows were boarded shut, and the only other exit was the chimney. But it was too narrow, too high. I would never make it. I was trapped, with nowhere to go. The flames were dying down, and the creatures were regrouping, their growls growing louder. Then I noticed something on the bookshelf. It was a book, old and leather-bound, its title embossed in faded gold lettering, The Skinwalkers. I grabbed the book, my hands trembling. Maybe it held the answers, the key to my survival. I opened the book, my eyes scanning the ancient text. And that's when I realized the horrifying truth. The creatures outside weren't just random monsters. They were skinwalkers, malevolent beings that could shapeshift into any animal or human. And they had chosen me as their next victim. The book trembled in my hands as I read the chilling descriptions of the skinwalkers. They were not just creatures of myth and legend, but real, flesh and blood monsters that roamed the earth, preying on the unsuspecting. The book described their ability to shapeshift, to take on the form of any animal or human they desired. It spoke of their insatiable hunger for human flesh, their twisted rituals, and their malevolent power. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. I was trapped in a cabin, surrounded by skinwalkers, with no way to escape. The fire was dying down, and the creatures were growing bolder, their growls echoing through the cabin. Suddenly, the door creaked open, I looked up, my heart pounding in my chest. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, its eyes glowing in the darkness. It stepped into the cabin, and I recognized the face instantly. It was my father. But something was wrong. His eyes were cold and lifeless, his smile a grotesque parody of affection. His skin was stretched taut across his face, as if it didn't quite fit. "Son," he said, his voice a chilling imitation of my father's. "Why are you so afraid?" I stumbled back, my voice caught in my throat. "Dad?" I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. He took another step closer, his smile widening. "It's okay," he said, his voice soothing, reassuring. "I'm here now." I shook my head, tears welling up in my eyes. "No," I whispered. "You're not my dad." He tilted his head, his eyes narrowing. "Of course I am," he said, his voice taking on a sinister edge. "Who else would I be?" He lunged at me, his hands outstretched, his fingers elongated and clawed. I screamed, raising my arms to protect myself. But he was too fast. He grabbed me by the throat, his grip tightening, cutting off my air. I struggled against him, but his strength was inhuman. He lifted me off the ground, his face inches from mine. His eyes glowed with a malevolent light, his smile a mask of pure evil. "You're mine now," he hissed, his voice a guttural growl. "And soon, your skin will be mine too." He tightened his grip, and I felt the world fading away. My vision blurred, my lungs burning for air. Just as I thought I was about to lose consciousness, I heard a sound from outside the cabin. It was an owl, long and mournful, echoing through the night. The creature holding me froze, its eyes widening in surprise. It turned its head towards the sound, its grip loosening slightly. I seized the opportunity. I brought my knee up with all my strength, slamming it into the creature's groin. It roared in pain, its grip releasing completely. I fell to the ground, gasping for air. The creature stumbled back, clutching its groin. Its eyes were filled with rage, its face contorted in a mask of fury. But before it could attack again, another owl echoed through the night, closer this time. The creature hesitated, its eyes darting towards the door. Then it turned and fled, disappearing into the darkness. I lay on the floor, my body trembling, my lungs burning. I had survived, for now. But I knew the skinwalkers were still out there, waiting for their next opportunity. I was alone, trapped in a cabin in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by monsters. And I had no idea how I was going to get out of this alive. Okay, so I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything like that. I'm a pretty rational guy, you know? I like things to make sense. But what I experienced a few weeks ago, working the night shift at that vacation spot, well, it's made me question everything. The place is called Mountain View Resort, kind of ironic, considering what I saw. It's nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains, about an hour outside my hometown. It's usually bustling with tourists during the day, folks hiking, fishing, that kind of thing. But at night, it's a different story. It's eerily quiet, almost deserted. I needed some extra cash, and they were offering a decent wage for the night shift, so I figured, why not? My job was simple enough: patrol the grounds, make sure everything's secure, you know the drill. But there was something about being there alone, surrounded by those dark, imposing mountains, that made me uneasy. The first few nights were uneventful. Just the wind whistling through the trees, the occasional owl hooting in the distance. But then things started to get weird. I hear strange noises, footsteps when no one was around, doors creaking open and shut on their own. The lights would flicker, and I'd get this feeling, like I was being watched. One night, I was doing my rounds, checking the cabins, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It was a shadowy figure, tall and lanky, standing near the edge of the woods. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it was just my imagination, playing tricks on me in the darkness. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. There was something else out there, something watching me from the shadows. I didn't get a wink of sleep that next day. Kept replaying that shadowy figure in my mind, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, a tired brain playing games. But the feeling of unease lingered, a knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away. When evening rolled around, I almost called in sick. But something told me I needed to go back, face whatever was out there. Maybe it was just nerves, maybe it was something else, I don't know. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was pulling me back to that place. The drive up to the resort was tense. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow in the woods, made me jump. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me. By the time I got there, my nerves were shot. I tried to focus on my work, checking the cabins, patrolling the grounds. But it was hard to concentrate. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind, sent shivers down my spine. I kept imagining that figure lurking in the shadows, watching me. Later that night, I was in the main lodge, checking the security cameras. The feed from one of the cameras, the one facing the woods, kept glitching. Static, then a blurry image, then static again. I leaned closer, trying to make it out, when I heard it. A owl, long and mournful, echoing through the mountains. It sounded like a wolf, but different. Deeper, more guttural. It sent chills down my spine. I'd heard plenty of coyotes and foxes in those woods, but this was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. I grabbed my flashlight and headed outside, my heart pounding in my chest. I scanned the tree line, but I couldn't see anything. The only sound was the wind rustling through the leaves. I told myself it was just an animal, probably a stray dog or something. But that howl, it sounded almost human. I went back inside, locking the doors behind me. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, but the fear was gnawing at me. I felt like prey, trapped in a cage with a predator lurking just outside. The next morning, I called my buddy Mark, who's a park ranger in the area. I told him about the owl, trying to sound casual, like I wasn't completely freaked out. He just laughed it off, said it was probably a coyote or a bobcat. But I could hear the uncertainty in his voice, like he wasn't so sure himself. I decided to take a look around the resort during daylight, just to ease my mind. I checked the perimeter, looking for any signs of an intruder, anything that could explain the strange noises and that unsettling feeling of being watched. That's when I found them. Footprints. Big ones. Way bigger than any dog or coyote I'd ever seen. They were in the soft earth near the edge of the woods, deep and distinct. They looked almost human, but wrong. The toes were longer, more spread out, and there were these weird marks, like claw marks, alongside the prints. I took pictures with my phone, my hand shaking. I showed them to Mark, and even he couldn't explain it. He said he'd never seen anything like it before. He promised to keep an eye out, patrol the area more often, but I could tell he was spooked too. That night, I couldn't shake the image of those footprints. I kept thinking about that howl, the way it echoed through the mountains, the way it made my blood run cold. I started doing some research online, looking up local legends, anything that could explain what I was experiencing. That's when I stumbled upon it. An old folk tale about a creature that roamed the Appalachian Mountains, a creature that was half man, half beast. They called it the Wolf Man. I know, it sounds ridiculous. But the description, it matched what I'd seen, what I'd heard. The feeling of being watched intensified after that. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, lurking in the shadows, studying me. I started carrying a knife with me, just in case. I knew it was probably stupid, but it made me feel a little safer. The next few nights were pure torture. I was a jumpy mess, every shadow sending my heart racing. I kept replaying those folktales in my head, the descriptions of the wolf man, its strength, its ferocity. I started carrying a heavier knife, a hunting knife I'd found in the resort's lost and found. One night, the storm hit. It came out of nowhere, rain lashing down, wind howling like a banshee. The power went out, plunging the entire resort into darkness. I scrambled for my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. Then I heard it. A crash from one of the cabins, followed by the sound of shattering glass. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Something was inside. I crept towards the cabin, my flashlight beam dancing in the darkness. The rain was coming down in sheets, making it hard to see. I reached the cabin door, my hand hovering over the knob. I could hear heavy breathing inside, something moving around. I took a deep breath and flung the door open. The beam of my flashlight swept across the room, revealing overturned furniture, shattered lamps, and a gaping hole in the window. Rain was pouring in, soaking the carpet. And then I saw it. A huge, dark shape crouched in the corner. It was bigger than any man I'd ever seen, its muscles rippling beneath its thick fur. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, like burning coals. It let out a low growl, a sound that vibrated through my very bones. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. I raised the hunting knife, my hand trembling. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched. I screamed and swung the knife, but it was too fast. It knocked the knife from my hand, sending it skittering across the floor. I turned and ran, the creature hot on my heels. I could hear its heavy breathing behind me, its claws scraping against the floor. I burst out of the cabin and into the storm, the rain stinging my face. I didn't know where I was going, just away from that thing. I don't know how long I ran, but it felt like hours. The rain was icy cold, the wind whipping at my face. I could hear the creature crashing through the woods behind me, its growls echoing through the storm. I was soaked to the bone, my lungs burning, but I didn't dare stop. I finally stumbled out of the woods and onto the main road. The resort was a few miles back, but I didn't want to go back there, not ever. I kept running, my legs aching, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I reached the main gate of the resort, but it was locked. I rattled the bars, screaming for help, but no one answered. I was trapped. I turned and looked back at the woods, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature was nowhere to be seen, but I could still hear it moving around in the darkness. I was trapped, alone, with a monster on my tail. I tried my phone, but there was no signal. The storm must have knocked out the cell towers. I tried the resort phone, but the line was dead. I was completely cut off from the outside world. I went back to the main lodge, hoping to find something, anything, to defend myself. I grabbed a fire axe from the wall and barricaded the door. I searched the drawers and cabinets, but all I found were some old newspapers and a box of matches. I huddled in the corner, the fire axe clutched in my hands. I could hear the creature moving around outside, scratching at the walls, trying to get in. I closed my eyes, trying to control my breathing, trying to stay calm. Then I heard a crash from upstairs. Something was inside. The crash came from the office on the second floor, the one I'd been hiding in just moments before. I gripped the fire axe tighter, my knuckles white. I could hear heavy footsteps above me, something moving around, tossing furniture aside. I knew I couldn't stay there. It was only a matter of time before the creature found me. I had to make a run for it. I crept towards the back door, my footsteps silent on the carpet. I could hear the creature moving above me, getting closer. I reached the door and slowly turned the knob, wincing at the creak. I slipped out into the storm, the rain instantly soaking me to the bone. I could hear the creature roaring behind me, crashing through the office door. I ran, my feet slipping on the wet pavement. I sprinted towards the woods, hoping to lose the creature in the dense undergrowth. I could hear it crashing through the trees behind me, gaining on me. I dodged between trees, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for rest. I tripped over a root, falling to the ground with a thud. I rolled over, scrambling to my feet, but it was too late. The creature was upon me, its eyes glowing in the darkness. It lunged, its claws outstretched. I raised the fire axe, swinging it with all my might. The axe connected with the creature's shoulder, burying itself deep into its flesh. The creature roared in pain, stumbling back. I pulled the axe free, blood splattering across my face. The creature lunged again, but I was ready for it. I swung the axe again, this time catching it in the chest. The creature staggered back, its breath coming in ragged gasps. It looked at me, its eyes filled with rage and pain. Then it collapsed to the ground, its body convulsing. I stood over it, my chest heaving, the fire axe dripping with blood. The creature lay still, its eyes staring blankly at the sky. I had done it. I had killed the wolf man. I stumbled back to the resort, my clothes soaked in blood and rain. I collapsed on the lobby floor, the fire axe clattering beside me. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body shaking, my mind numb. When the first light of dawn crept through the windows, I finally managed to pull myself together. I called the police, my voice trembling as I recounted the events of the night. They arrived with an ambulance, and I was taken to the hospital. I told them everything about the creature, the footprints, the owls. They listened patiently, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They examined my wounds, the deep gashes on my arms and chest, and questioned me again. They searched the resort, the woods, the surrounding area, but they found nothing. No signs of a struggle, no bloodstains, no trace of the creature. They concluded that I had been attacked by a wild animal, probably a bear, and that my injuries and exhaustion had caused me to hallucinate. I was discharged from the hospital a few days later, physically healed but mentally scarred. I couldn't shake the memory of the creature, its eyes, its claws, its terrifying strength. I had nightmares, flashbacks, panic attacks. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't function. I tried to go back to my normal life, but it was impossible. I couldn't hold down a job, couldn't maintain relationships. I was a shell of my former self, haunted by the events of that night. I knew no one would believe me, but I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had killed. And I knew that it was still out there, somewhere in those mountains, waiting for its next victim. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I had to do something, anything, to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. I had to find out what that creature was, where it came from, why it had attacked me. I started with the local library, digging through old newspapers, historical records, anything that might mention something similar to what I had encountered. I found a few articles about strange sightings in the mountains, unexplained animal attacks, even a couple of missing person reports. Nothing concrete, but enough to keep me going. I talked to the locals, the old-timers who had lived in the area their whole lives. Most of them just brushed me off, told me I was imagining things. But a few, the ones who had lived in the shadow of those mountains for generations, they knew something. They told me stories about a creature that roamed the woods, a creature they called the mountain devil. They said it was a shapeshifter, a creature that could take on the form of a man or a beast. They told me about a hidden cave system in the mountains, a place where the creature was said to dwell. They said it was a place of darkness and evil, a place where no one dared to venture. I knew then where I had to go. I packed my backpack with supplies, a flashlight, a first aid kit, a compass, and a hunting knife. I drove to the trailhead, my heart pounding in my chest. I took a deep breath and stepped into the woods, the darkness swallowing me whole. The cave mouth gaped like a maw on the side of the mountain, a black void promising nothing but oblivion. My flashlight beam barely pierced the thick gloom that seemed to emanate from its depths. The air hung heavy and still, with a faint, musty odor that made my nostrils prickle. I hesitated at the entrance, fear gnawing at my resolve. But the need to know, to understand, pushed me forward. I took a deep breath and stepped into the cave, the darkness closing in around me like a shroud. The path was treacherous, uneven, and slick with moisture. I stumbled over loose rocks, my flashlight beam dancing erratically over the damp walls. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the cavern. Deeper I ventured, the air growing colder, the darkness more profound. I felt a growing sense of unease, a primal fear stirring within me. The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling the hairs on the back of my neck. Then I saw it. A faint glow emanating from a narrow passage ahead. I cautiously approached, my heart pounding in my chest. The glow grew brighter as I drew closer, revealing a large chamber, its walls adorned with strange markings. In the center of the chamber, a fire flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. And beside the fire, a figure huddled, its back towards me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The figure was human-shaped, but larger, more imposing. It was draped in furs, its head bowed. I could hear its ragged breathing, the occasional low growl rumbling from its chest. I raised my flashlight, the beam illuminating the figure's face. It was a man, or at least something resembling a man. His face was gaunt, his eyes sunken and wild. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and covered in a network of scars. But it was his teeth that truly horrified me, long, sharp canines that protruded from his lips like those of a wolf. He looked up, his eyes meeting mine. A snarl curled his lips, revealing those terrifying teeth. He rose to his feet, a towering figure of menace and primal fury. I knew then that I had found the Wolfman. The Wolfman lunged. I stumbled back, raising my arms in a desperate attempt to shield myself. His claws raked across my forearms, tearing through my jacket and drawing blood. I cried out in pain, but there was no time to hesitate. I scrambled backward, my foot catching on a loose rock. I stumbled and fell, landing hard on my back. The Wolfman loomed over me, his eyes burning with feral intensity, his foul breath hot on my face. He snarled, those elongated canines gleaming in the firelight. I knew this was it, the end. I closed my eyes, bracing for the final blow. But it never came. Instead, I heard a series of pained gasps and whimpers. I opened my eyes to see the Wolfman staggering back, clutching his chest. He looked down, his eyes white with disbelief, as a dark stain spread across his ragged furs. My hunting knife, the one he'd knocked from my grasp during our first encounter, protruded from his chest. He'd fallen on it during his attack. He let out a final, agonizing howl that echoed through the cavern, then collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing. I watched in stunned silence as the life drained from his eyes. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding. I stumbled out of the cave, the image of the Wolfman's dying eyes burned into my memory. I didn't look back, didn't stop running until I reached my car. I drove away from those mountains, leaving behind the horrors I had witnessed. I tried to put it all behind me, to return to some semblance of a normal life. But the scars, both physical and mental, remained. I still have nightmares. I still see those eyes, those teeth in the shadows. I still hear the howl in the wind. And I know, deep down, that the story isn't over. Something lurks in those mountains, something ancient and evil. And it's waiting for its next victim. So, here I am, middle of nowhere, Appalachia. Transferred. Yeah, that's the official story. Ranger needs a change of scenery, they said. Fresh start, they said. Bullshit. Truth is, I pissed off the wrong guy back at the old park. Some hotshot councilman's kid caught him red-handed poaching. Kid had a daddy with connections, and suddenly, I'm the one needing a fresh start. Figures. But hey, at least it's quiet here. Quiet and freaking huge. This park, man, it just swallows you up. Trees for days, these gnarled, ancient things, all twisted up like they're trying to grab you. And the fog. It hangs low, like it's got secrets it doesn't want to let go of. Gives me the creeps, but that's probably just me being a city boy at heart. First day on the job, they stick me with the old-timer, Ranger Bill. Dude's been here since, like, the dawn of time, I swear. Knows these woods like the back of his hand, but he ain't exactly chatty. Mostly grunts and points. Real friendly type. Anyway, we're doing the rounds, checking trails, making sure no idiots are trying to set up camp in a bear den or something. And that's when I see it. This symbol. Carved into this massive oak, right by the trailhead. Looks almost like I don't know, man. Like a stick figure, all twisted up, with these weird antlers coming out of its head. What the hell is that? I asked Bill. He just squints at it, takes a drag of his cigarette, and says, "Kids, probably. Bored teenagers. Bored teenagers carving that." I point at the creepy stick figure. Doesn't look like any teenage doodle I've ever seen. Bill shrugs. Happens all the time. Folks get lost up here, start seeing things. Imaginations run wild. He says it like it's nothing, but I can see it in his eyes. There's something he ain't saying. Something he knows. And whatever it is, it ain't good. Later that night, back at my cabin, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Like something's out there, in the darkness, just beyond the trees, staring at me. I tell myself it's just the wind, the creaking of the old cabin, but I don't know, man. There's something off about this place. Something real off. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, that symbol freaked me out. I mean, it wasn't just some random scribble. It felt deliberate. Like it meant something. So, the next day, I decided to do a little digging. First, I checked the park records. Nothing. No mention of any weird symbols, no reports of strange activity in that area. Then I went online, figured I'd see if anyone had posted anything about it, maybe on some local forum or something. And that's where I hit pay dirt. There was this one website, all about local legends and folklore. And buried deep in the comments section of this thread about weird shit in the Appalachians, I found a mention of the symbol. Someone called it a witch sign, said it was used to mark territory or warn off trespassers. Another person said it was a symbol of the old ones, whoever the hell they were. Creepy stuff. But the comment that really got to me was this one: if you see that sign, get out. Don't look back. Don't even breathe too loud. There are things in these woods that you don't want to mess with. Yeah, that didn't exactly make me feel any better. Later that day, I went into town to grab some supplies. Figured I'd try to talk to some of the locals, see if they knew anything about the symbol. But it was like pulling teeth, man. People were real tight-lipped. Gave me these weird looks, like I was asking about something I shouldn't be asking about. Finally, I found this old guy, sitting on the porch of the general store, whittling away at a piece of wood. He looked like he'd been around since the Civil War, so I figured he might know a thing or two. I showed him a sketch I'd made of the symbol. He took one look at it, and his eyes went wide. "Where'd you see that?" he asked, his voice all raspy. "Up in the park," I said. "Near the trailhead." He shook his head. "You shouldn't be up there, son. Especially not at night." "Why not?" I asked. He just gave me this look, like I was an idiot. There are things in these woods that ain't natural. Things that were the skins of men. Skinwalkers? I asked, remembering what I'd read online. He nodded slowly. "Some folks call him that. Others call him something else. But whatever you call him, they ain't nothing to mess with." He told me some stories about people disappearing in the woods, about strange creatures being sighted at night. Said the skinwalkers were drawn to places where the veil between worlds was thin, places like the park. Said they could mimic human voices, lure people off the trails and into the darkness. I thanked him for the warning and headed back to the park, feeling a lot more uneasy than when I'd left. The sun was starting to set, and the shadows were getting longer. I kept thinking about what the old man had said, about things that were the skins of men. And I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. All right, so after that chat with the old guy, I was officially spooked. I mean, skinwalkers? Seriously? It sounded like something out of a cheesy horror movie. But the way the old man said it, the look in his eyes, it just sent chills down my spine. That night, I was scheduled for a solo night patrol. Usually, I kind of like the night shifts. It's peaceful, you know? Just you and the sounds of the forest. But this time, it was different. Every creak of a branch, every rustle in the leaves, had me jumping. I kept shining my flashlight into the trees, half expecting to see some glowing eyes staring back at me. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting the old man's stories get to me. But the deeper I went into the woods, the more uneasy I felt. It was like the darkness itself was pressing in on me, suffocating me. And then I heard it. A sound, off in the distance. A low growl, almost like a dog, but deeper, more guttural. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. I shone my flashlight in the direction of the sound, but I couldn't see anything. The growling stopped. I waited, holding my breath, listening for any other sound. But there was nothing. Just the wind whispering through the trees. I started to walk again, but slowly, cautiously. I kept my flashlight beam sweeping back and forth, scanning the trees, the undergrowth. I felt like I was being watched, followed. Like something was out there, just beyond the reach of my light, keeping pace with me. And then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the trees, a shadow slipping between the trunks. I stopped again, my hand tightening on the flashlight. I strained my eyes, trying to make out what it was. It was tall, that much I could tell. And it was moving on two legs. But it wasn't human. It was too elongated. Its limbs were too long, too thin. And its head, it was almost canine, with pointed ears and a long snout. I just stood there, frozen, staring at the creature as it moved through the trees. It didn't seem to notice me, or if it did, it didn't care. It just kept moving, silently, effortlessly, like it was a part of the forest itself. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. Vanished into the darkness. I stood there for a long time, my heart still pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. It couldn't be real. It had to be my imagination, playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I knew that I'd just seen something that wasn't supposed to exist. Something that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. Something that made me question my own sanity. Okay, so after that night patrol, I was pretty much a wreck. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, kept seeing that damn creature every time I closed my eyes. I tried to report it, told my supervisor I'd seen something unusual in the woods, but he just brushed it off. Said I was probably just tired, stressed from the transfer. Yeah, right. A few days later, we got a call about a missing hiker. Some college kid out hiking alone hadn't checked in with his group. Standard stuff, happens all the time. But this time felt different. We organized a search party, me and a couple of other rangers. We combed the area where the kid was last seen, following the trail, checking the campsites, calling out his name. Nothing. But then we found something. His backpack. Lying on the ground, ripped open, like some animal had gotten to it. His food was scattered everywhere, his water bottle crushed. And there were these marks on the ground. Like something had been dragged. We followed the drag marks, and they led us deeper into the woods, off the trail. The feeling of dread was growing with every step. We were all on edge, our hands hovering near our radios, our eyes scanning the trees. And then we found it. His body. Lying under a thicket of bushes, twisted and broken. It was awful. I'd seen my share of dead bodies before, but this was different. It wasn't just the injuries, it was the feeling. Like something evil had been there. We called it in, secured the scene, waited for the investigators to arrive. I stood there, staring at the kid's body, feeling sick to my stomach. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen this before. The twisted limbs, the unnatural ankles, it reminded me of the creature I'd seen in the woods. As the investigators were going over the scene, I noticed something. A small, leather-bound journal tucked inside the kid's pocket. I picked it up, flipped through the pages. It was his hiking journal, filled with notes about his trip, sketches of the scenery. And then I saw it. A sketch of the symbol. The same symbol I'd seen carved into the tree. The same symbol the old man had warned me about. Underneath the sketch, the kid had written a single sentence, "I think I'm being followed." My blood ran cold. I knew then, with absolute certainty, that this was no ordinary missing hiker case. This was something else. Something connected to the creature I'd seen in the woods. Something connected to the symbol. Something evil. Man, I don't even know where to start with this. After finding that hiker's body, things just went downhill. Fast. I couldn't shake the image of him, twisted and broken, with that damn symbol sketched in his journal. It was like a sick joke, a warning I couldn't ignore. I became obsessed. I spent every free moment researching skinwalkers, reading every article, every forum post, every creepypasta I could find. I even dug up some old Native American legends, trying to understand what I was dealing with. The more I learned, the more terrified I became. These things weren't just some myth, some campfire story. They were real. And they were dangerous. They could mimic human voices, lure people into the woods, and, well, let's just say the descriptions of what they did to their victims weren't pretty. I started seeing things. Shadows moving in the corner of my eye, shapes flitting through the trees. I heard whispers at night, voices calling my name. I knew I was losing it, but I couldn't stop. I was trapped in a spiral of fear and paranoia. One night, I woke up to a scratching sound at my window. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart pounding. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate, like something was trying to get in. I grabbed my flashlight, crept towards the window. I peered through the blinds, but I couldn't see anything. Just the dark outline of the trees, swaying in the wind. I told myself it was just a branch, scraping against the glass. But the scratching continued. And then I heard it. A low growl, right outside my window. The same growl I'd heard in the woods. I jumped back from the window, my heart in my throat. I fumbled for my gun, my hands shaking. I knew I had to get out of there. I threw on some clothes, grabbed my keys, and ran out of the cabin. I didn't even bother locking the door. I just jumped in my truck and sped away, the tires spitting gravel. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town. I checked into a motel, locked myself in the room, and tried to calm down. But I couldn't. I knew, deep down, that I wasn't safe. Wherever I went, whatever I did, the skinwalker would find me. It was hunting me. All right, I'm shaking just writing this. I spent a few days in that motel, trying to convince myself it was all in my head. Stress, lack of sleep, whatever. but deep down, I knew better. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to go back. I had to face this thing, whatever it was. Maybe I was hoping to prove myself wrong, hoping that if I went back to the cabin and nothing happened, I could finally put this whole thing behind me. Yeah, wishful thinking, I know. I drove back to the park, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. It was late, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the only light came from my headlights cutting through the darkness. I parked the truck a little way from the cabin, just in case I needed to make a quick getaway. I grabbed my gun and a flashlight, took a deep breath, and walked towards the cabin. The door was still unlocked, just like I'd left it. I pushed it open slowly, the hinges creaking in the silence. I shone my flashlight around the room, but everything seemed normal. Too normal. I walked through the cabin, checking every room, every corner. Nothing. No sign of forced entry, no sign of anything out of place. I started to relax a little, thinking maybe I was wrong, maybe it was all in my head. And then I heard it. A soft sound, like something breathing. It was coming from the bedroom. I crept towards the bedroom door, my gun raised. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The room was dark, the only light coming from the open doorway. I swept my flashlight across the room, and that's when I saw it. Standing in the corner, its eyes glinting in the dim light. The Skinwalker. It was taller than I remembered, its limbs impossibly long and thin. Its skin was a patchwork of dark fur and pale, almost translucent flesh. Its face was a grotesque mockery of a human's, with a long snout, sharp teeth, and those glowing yellow eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. I froze, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. The creature just stood there, watching me, its eyes never leaving mine. I could feel its presence, a palpable sense of evil that seemed to fill the room. And then it moved. It lunged towards me, its claws outstretched. I reacted instinctively, firing my gun. The shot echoed through the cabin, the flash momentarily blinding me. When I could see again, the creature was gone. I stood there, my heart pounding, my ears ringing. I couldn't believe what had just happened. I'd actually seen it, face to face. And I'd shot at it. I didn't know if I'd hit it, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. I ran out of the cabin, jumped in my truck, and sped away. I didn't look back. I didn't go back to that cabin. I quit my job, packed my things, and left town. I don't know where I'm going, but I know one thing. I'm never going back to those woods. Ever. So, yeah, I quit. Packed my meager belongings, slapped a for sale sign on the cabin, good luck to whoever buys that place, and hit the road. Didn't even try to explain to my boss, just sent a rambling email about personal reasons and family emergency. Truth was, my sanity was the family member in dire need of emergency intervention. I bounced around for a while, cheap motels, sleeping in my truck, trying to outrun what I'd seen. But it wasn't that easy. The nightmares followed me, the feeling of being watched, the goddamn symbol popping up in the weirdest places, graffiti on a bathroom stall, a twisted branch on a tree by the highway. I was starting to feel like I was going crazy, but I couldn't just ignore it anymore. I had to understand what I'd encountered. So, I did what any rational person on the verge of a mental breakdown would do. I dove headfirst into the internet. Forget skinwalkers, I was going deep. Cryptozoology forums, Native American mythology websites, obscure academic papers on folklore and anthropology. I even found myself on some shady message boards where people claimed to have had encounters with all sorts of creatures, from Bigfoot to aliens. The more I read, the more confused I got. There were so many different stories, so many different interpretations. Some people said skinwalkers were malevolent spirits, others said they were shape-shifting witches. Some said they were guardians of the forest, others said they were harbingers of death. But one thing was clear, these things were real. People had been seeing them for centuries, all over the world. And they weren't just harmless creatures of myth. They were dangerous, predatory, and they seemed to be drawn to places like the Appalachian Mountains. I started to piece together a theory. Maybe the skinwalker wasn't just hunting me. Maybe it was hunting something else. Something in the park. Something that had attracted it to that place. And maybe, just maybe, that something was connected to the missing hiker. Maybe he'd stumbled upon something he shouldn't have, something that had made him a target. I knew I had to go back. Not to the park, but to the town. I had to talk to someone who knew more about the local legends, someone who could help me understand what was going on. I found myself driving back to that same town, the one near the park. I felt a sense of dread wash over me as I drove through the familiar streets, the memories of my encounter with the skinwalker flooding back. I stopped at a small diner, hoping to find someone who could help me. I sat at the counter, ordered a coffee, and tried to look inconspicuous. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. And then I saw her. An old woman, sitting in a booth by the window. She was Native American, her face weathered and wrinkled, her eyes filled with a deep sadness. I knew, somehow, that she was the one I needed to talk to. I approached the old woman cautiously, not wanting to scare her. "Excuse me," I said. "I hope I'm not bothering you, but I was wondering if you might be able to help me with something." She looked up at me, her eyes piercing. "What is it you need, young man?" she asked, her voice raspy with age. I hesitated, unsure how to begin. I've been having some strange experiences lately," I said. "I think I might have seen something unnatural." The old woman didn't seem surprised. "In these mountains," she said, "there are things that most people never see. Things that have been here since long before your kind walked this earth." I took a deep breath. "I think I saw a skinwalker," I said. The old woman nodded slowly. "It is not uncommon for them to be seen in these parts," she said. "They are drawn to places where the veil between worlds is thin." I told her about my experiences in the park, about the missing hiker, about the symbol. She listened patiently, her eyes never leaving mine. When I was finished, she sighed. "The skinwalker is a powerful creature," she said. "It is not to be trifled with. But why is it hunting me? I asked. What did I do? The old woman shook her head. It is not you that it hunts, she said. It is something else. Something that you have stumbled upon. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small pouch. She opened it and poured some dry herbs onto the table. Then she lit them with a match, and the air filled with a pungent, earthy smell. These herbs will help to protect you, she said. Carry them with you always. I thanked her, and she smiled sadly. Be careful, young man, she said. The Skinwalker is a cunning creature. It will not give up easily. I left the diner, feeling a mix of fear and determination. I knew that I was in danger, but I also knew that I had to find out what was going on. I had to stop the Skinwalker before it claimed another victim. I drove back to the park, the old woman's words echoing in my mind. I knew that I was walking into a trap, but I had no choice. I had to face my fears, and I had to protect the people I cared about. I parked my truck at the edge of the woods and stepped out into the darkness. The air was thick with the smell of pine needles and damp earth. I could hear the wind whispering through the trees and the distant hooting of an owl. I took a deep breath and started walking, my hand gripping the gun in my pocket. I didn't know what I was going to find, but I knew that I had to keep going. The woods were silent, eerily so. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath as I walked deeper into the darkness. The old woman's words kept replaying in my head. The Skinwalker is a cunning creature. It will not give up easily. Yeah, no kidding. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Like every shadow held a pair of those glowing yellow eyes. I kept my hand on my gun, my finger on the trigger, ready to fire at the slightest movement. But there was nothing. No growls, no rustling in the undergrowth, no sense of being watched. Just the silence, pressing down on me like a weight. I reached the clearing where I'd first seen the symbol carved into the tree. It was still there, the crude figure with its twisted antlers, mocking me. I felt a surge of anger, a desperate need to do something, anything, to fight back against this thing that had been tormenting me. I raised my gun and fired at the symbol, the shots echoing through the silent woods. I emptied the clip, the recoil jarring my shoulder, but I didn't care. I felt a sense of release, a momentary triumph over the fear that had been consuming me. But the triumph was short-lived. As the echoes of the gunshots faded, I heard a sound behind me. A low growl, deep and guttural. The sound that had haunted my nightmares. I spun around, my gun raised, but it was too late. The Skinwalker was there, standing in the shadows, its eyes burning like embers. It was closer than ever before, and I could see the details of its face, the sharp teeth, the elongated snout, the inhuman eyes. It lunged at me, its claws outstretched. I fired, but the shot went wide. The creature slammed into me, knocking me to the ground. I felt its weight on top of me, its claws digging into my flesh. I struggled, trying to push it off, but it was too strong. Its breath was hot and fetid in my face, and I could feel its teeth grazing my skin. I thought it was the end. I closed my eyes, waiting for the final blow. But it never came. Instead, I heard a series of yelps, high-pitched and desperate. The skinwalker's weight lifted from me, and I opened my eyes to see it backing away, its eyes fixed on something in the darkness. Then I saw them. Wolves. 3 of them, their eyes glowing in the moonlight. They were circling the skinwalker, their teeth bared, their growls echoing through the woods. The skinwalker hesitated, its attention divided between me and the wolves. Then, with a final snarl, it turned and fled into the darkness. The wolves watched it go, then turned their attention to me. They approached cautiously, sniffing the air, their eyes still glowing. I lay on the ground, my heart pounding, unsure what to do. But the wolves didn't attack. They simply stood there, watching me, until finally, they turned and disappeared into the woods. I lay there for a long time, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had the wolves saved me? Or were they just another part of this nightmare? I didn't know. But I knew one thing, I was alive. And for now, that was enough. Dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of gray and purple. I stumbled out of the woods, my body aching, my clothes ripped and bloodied. I must have looked like hell, but I didn't care. I was alive. I made it back to my truck and drove straight to the nearest hospital. They patched me up, asked a few questions, but I kept my answers vague. Just some rambling story about getting lost in the woods and attacked by a wild animal. They didn't seem convinced, but they didn't press it. I left the hospital with a few stitches, a prescription for painkillers, and a whole lot of questions. What had happened that night? Why had the wolves saved me? And what was the skinwalker really after? I never went back to the park. I couldn't. The memories were too fresh, the fear too real. I moved to a different state, got a new job, tried to start over. But the scars remain. Both the physical ones, the jagged lines across my chest and arms, and the ones you can't see. The nightmares, the paranoia, the constant feeling of being watched. I still think about the skinwalker sometimes. I wonder if it's still out there, hunting in the shadows. I wonder if it's found another victim. I try not to think about it too much. I try to focus on the present, on the life I'm building for myself. But the past is always there, lurking in the back of my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that exists in the world. I've learned a few things from this whole experience. I've learned that there are things in this world that we don't understand, things that defy explanation. I've learned that fear is a powerful force, but it can also be a motivator. And I've learned that sometimes, the only way to survive is to face your fears head on. I don't know if I'll ever be truly free from the shadows of that night. But I'm trying. One day at a time. And if you ever find yourself in the Appalachian Mountains, be careful. Listen to the whispers in the wind. Watch for the symbols in the trees. And never, ever go into the woods alone at night.